Ayé tètè bọ̀ ìkìlẹ̀ gbé tẹ́bọ̀, ìmọ̀ ayé ya gbọ́ lọ. Àwọn orí tí yóò bọ̀ tẹ́bọ̀ ọjọ́ sí ilẹ̀ ayé tètè bọ̀ ìkìlẹ̀ gbé tẹ́bọ̀, ìmọ̀ ayé ya gbọ́ lọ. Àwọn orí tí yóò bọ̀ tẹ́bọ̀
o wá sí nǹkan tó lè tẹ̀lẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ nínú ìjọ tó kù kò yẹ kó kò yẹ. Nígbà tá a tẹ̀lé wa kà sọ́dọ̀.
Why not?
Put your hands together for UniBen Theatre International. Thank you very much. This auditorium is called to order. Please, if you are not an usher, sit down. If you are not an usher, sit down. In a theater troupe, you can take your seat there, yes. May we now rise for the national anthem, the UniBen anthem, and the ECOWAS women anthem. Our men are smiling. We are no longer here. We are no longer here. The national anthem. We are shall be saved. UniBen, the women ECOWAS anthem. So sing the song for women. Sing, sing, sing that song, so for women, equality to so sing that song for women everywhere. That it bring see sing the song for women everywhere. So sing the song for women everywhere. That you bring the see something that song for women everywhere. Equality, development, and peace. So sing the song for women everywhere. That you sing the song for women everywhere. Surely it is development and thank you. Please sit. Please sit. This truly is a women leadership conference. The women are leading and others will follow. Your Excellency, the First Lady of Edo State, still expected, the distinguished chairperson of conference, convener of conference, and the #1 vice chancellor in Nigeria. Put your hands together. Our delectable keynote speaker and visiting vice chancellor, University of Lagos. Please encourage her, please. Also seated next to her, the visiting vice chancellor, Delta University, Agbo. Principal officers of our great university, the provost, deans, directors, eminent speakers, respected panel of discussants, participants, deluxe and regular, many under the auspices of Her Excellency, the First Lady of Edo State, and under the auspices of Senator Dozie Ehani Danjuma. Put your hands together for the participants. My lords, spiritual, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this two-day University of Benin Inaugural Women Leadership Conference convened by a pathfinder, one who has shattered the glass ceiling and now shows the way for others to follow. Our dear transformational Vice Chancellor, Professor Lillian Imweteyan Solami. Let's hear the applause. With the incisive theme, finding your spark, breaking your boundaries, it is expected that as many women and of course men who will participate in this conference will be energized to realize the special place that women occupy and ought to occupy in all spheres of human endeavor. In this conference, accomplished and leading experts from the academia, industry, and government will share their thoughts and experiences on women leadership matters. This conference is about capacity building. This conference is about confidence building. This conference is about women inspiring women, and I know that as we now start, we will like to invite the presence of God Almighty in our midst, as I now invite the chaplain of All Saints Chapel, UniBen, Venerable Osaze Ebenisi, for the opening prayer. Please put your hands together.
As you remain seated, please let's bow our heads as we pray. Our dear Lord, our Creator and our Redeemer, we thank you for all you have been to us and all that you have done for us. We thank you for the gift of life and the miracle of sleeping and waking. We acknowledge you as our keeper, whose compassion faileth not and whose mercies endure forever. Elohim, we appreciate the gift of your Son, Jesus Christ, who paid the ultimate price of death for our sin. He took our place on the cross of Calvary. By his righteousness, we see our unworthiness. This day we confess our inadequacies, our shortcomings, and our transgressions. In your mercy, forgive us our sins, and grant that we may serve you in the newness of life, which you will give through the death and resurrection of your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ. Shabbat, with the joys of our creation, and in particular, the gift of womanhood to humanity. Complete creative abilities given to man, the privileged sphere of creation. And now, it has pleased you every generation at critical times in history to raise women who conceive great seed and better wonders on the earth. To raise women who solve the venom of vicious armies and rid the souls of deadly enemies. You have at various times beautified the women who stop the destructions of cities and the ruins of nations. The ancient of days, behold thy handmaids, for I have gathered this morning at this auspicious occasion. The word says, unto you shall the gathering of your people be. This gathering of your way. We enjoy the benefit of your presence and the blessedness of your wisdom. By your Holy Spirit and through their deliberations, and you crystallize and activate every requisite you have made available in them for generational transformations and for societal reformations. Arising from here, the boundaries of limitations be broken. The scales of inferiority fall off. May the past of mediocrity, inflicted by ignorance and rigidity of men, shatter. Lord, your children experience excellence in their choosing path, and may their lives be preserved for your glory and the benefit of humanity. This is our prayer with thanksgiving for Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Thank you, sir. At a point, I thought we were already presenting papers. Please put your hands together for the very versatile, venerable Ebenisi. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me formally introduce the Vice Chancellor and convener of this Women Leadership Conference. She is the Chairman, Committee of Vice Chancellors of all Nigerian universities. She's the Vice President, Association of African Universities. She's the originator of IGARA. She's also the Yeyemiso of Indo Kingdom. The very delectable Professor Lillian Inwetinyan Solani. Her sister Vice Chancellor is seated close to her. She is a professor of medical microbiology and consultant clinical microbiologist. The Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, OON. Also seated is our own very dear Vice Chancellor of the University of Delta, Agro, Professor Stella Chiemeke, KSN. Our principal officers, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Professor Catherine Upawa is seated. Please put your hands together. The Deputy Vice Chancellor academic, Professor Ray Ozolwa, is also here. Also here is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Fairmont Campus, Professor Buliamin Aide. Welcome, sir. The Registrar of our University and Secretary to Council, Mr. Ademola Bobola, is also seated. Put your hands together also for the acting bursar of our university, Mr. Gabriel Osabola. The acting librarian is also here, Jonathan Medicine Toyo Esquire. Welcome. We welcome heartily the Deputy Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Maria Ebeko. Welcome, Right Honorable, please. We also welcome very specially the Assistant Comptroller General, Nigeria Immigration Service, JMC Headquarters, Benin City, Mrs. Francisca Dakat, PCC. Welcome. We welcome the two former registrars of our university, Mrs. Otasore Oshogun and Mrs. Gladys Oborodo. Welcome. We welcome all deans, we welcome all directors, we welcome all participants, and of course the planning committee. We are all here live. And now it's my pleasure to invite for the address of welcome our very bubbly, our very exuberant, our zestful chairperson, planning committee, a professor of cultural anthropology who was appointed by Pope Francis in 2022 as an academician Pontifical Academy of the Social Sciences at the Vatican, Professor Pope Rafena. Put your hands together.
Thank you. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol by our eloquent PRO, Dr. Benedicta Ehanire. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome you to the University of Benin's inaugural Women's Leadership Conference with the theme, Finding Your Spark, Breaking Your Boundaries. You will all agree with me that empowering women is a moral imperative that benefits our society as a whole, ultimately enhancing the well-being of our children and future generations. This conference will address the multifaceted challenges women face and offer solutions to unlock their full potential. I commend our Vice Chancellor, Professor Lilian Imotian Salami, for initiating the Leadership Conference. Her remarkable achievements since she assumed office in December 2019 are truly commendable. The Vice Chancellor's leadership and accomplishment of many other notable women within and outside this gathering, especially those of our distinguished guests, esteemed resource persons, they serve as inspiration to us all. I am confident that this conference will provide a platform for meaningful discussions, networking, and empowerment. Finally, I thank you all for joining us today in person and online too. I wish you all a productive and enriching experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our very hardworking Chairman, Planning Committee. This personality is the #1 Vice Chancellor in Nigeria and a major player in the education sector in Africa. Her regional impact has led to her recognition and honor as a pillar of education in the first ever education summit held in Kigali, Rwanda. As the first in so many positions of reckoning, including first female professor and first female dean in the Faculty of Education, UniBen, this professor of human nutrition and hospitality is the first indigenous female vice chancellor in the history of the 54-year-old University of Benin. She is the Vice President, Association of African Universities, and has earned the acronym of Madam Projects because of her immense drive to ensure increased infrastructure development of the University of Benin. An advocate of people's rights, especially the rights of women and the downtrodden, this erudite scholar and astute administrator is quintessential. She has etched her name in the golden book of the University of Benin and beyond. Please join me as I welcome to present her address, our transformational, turbulent, dynamic, enigmatic, purpose-driven, power-packed, indefatigable, a positive thinker with a possibility mindset, the 10th substantive Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Miriam Imwetia Salami. Thank you so very much. The medical doctors in the house. Sometimes when I'm introduced, I wish I could go taller. But unfortunately, I think I'm too old. Professor Obushala and the pros is here around. Is there anything I can take to really make me go taller after now? You think so? Thank you so very much. I don't want to stand on the protocol because with my weight, we'll bring this podium that we have paid so much to construct. But I recognize all of you. I truly recognize all of you. And I thank you for, coming to grace this occasion. Wonderful planning team. And we have put all of this together. But beyond this, I think the main reason for this gathering is to continue to fight for the rights of the woman. A woman shouldn't be in that other room like you heard one time, but should be in the forefront in the developmental strides of this great country. And we know that when we stand firm. We do not waver. And I know we are strong. Professor Obushala is one of my sisters that I look up to. She takes it to the level that she doesn't give a damn whose horse she rides in the process. And that is why we say she must be the one to actually do the people's address. And the other Vice Chancellor, she just whispered to me, even when we came on board, my sister, we were about 4 or 6. Today, we are whooping 29 Vice Chancellors, women. So before you know it, we are going to choose those people. I don't want to call the people, but you know what I'm talking about. We will chase them out. It's just for us to hold our hands and empower the others. By the close of today, we should have at least 3 persons who are mentoring. You take those 3 also take 3, and that is how we are going to impact in the world. Having said that, let me quickly just read through my address here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, women in all climes have faced countless challenges and barriers which impede their self-actualization, dreams, and goals. These challenges and barriers include patriarchy, domination, gender inequality as dictated by social norms, degradation of women, which results in inferiority complex in these women, and significantly discriminatory access to education and employment opportunities. In spite of all these barriers, women have continued to tread the path of success in leadership aspiration. First, in trickles to the present day, which is witnessing the blossoming of women in various fields of endeavor. It is therefore my great delight to welcome you on behalf of the Governing Council, management staff and students of this great university to the inaugural UniBen Leadership Conference holding in the heartbeats of the nation of this state and the cradle of culture as we are, as well as the Black civilization, of course, the city. The significance of this two-day event is to provide an avenue for women and big men to about the progress of women to brainstorm with a view to encouraging one another, inspiring, sensitizing us, and to empower budding leaders from various backgrounds, many of whom have come from the corporate world, women, government, public service, and the private sector. The theme, finding your spark, breaking your boundaries, has been carefully chosen because we recognize that every woman has an innate ability to be a leader, and that all it takes is for every woman to identify her own niche and use it to her advantage. The benefit of her family as well as for the good of society. At this conference, we shall be hearing from experts. Some will be sharing their life stories and experiences. These will be stories of resilience, perseverance, and triumphs. These stories and experiences are expected to ginger us and galvanize us to unlock that inner gift that women have been gifted by the Creator. Have you wondered why, when women set out to do something, they do so passionately, excellently, and with great success? That is because nature has deposited in every woman those valued gifts of empathy and distinction, which is allowed to grow, or which, if allowed to grow, bring good results to those around her, including her children, spouse, and to the society in today's fast-paced, interconnected world. The importance of women's participation in leadership cannot be overstated. It is essential that we recognize the unique perspectives, skills, and experiences that women bring to the table and to create an environment that fosters their growth and empowerment. One of the key issues facing women in leadership is the lack of representation at the top echelon of governance. Although women make up half of our national workforce, they are significantly underrepresented in executive and corporate positions. This lack of representation and not only limits the perspectives and ideas that they ought to contribute to national growth, but also sends a discouraging message to the next generation of potential female leaders that do not matter in the scheme of things. Ladies and gentlemen, another challenge that women often face in leadership roles is the double standards that exist when it comes to leadership evaluation. Women who are assertive are often seen as aggressive or bossy, while men who exhibit the same qualities are praised for being strong and decisive leaders. I believe the judgment of leadership competence should be fair and equitable among genders, as partial ratings can make it difficult for women to assert themselves and lead without facing backlash from their colleagues. Despite the challenges, women have proven time and time again that they are more than capable of excelling in leadership roles. They bring unique perspectives, strengths, character, and other selling qualities to the table, and these are essential in driving innovation and creating positive change in organizations. Women are natural collaborators, communicators, and problem solvers. These skills are invaluable in today's rapidly growing and complex business landscape. We pay special tributes to women thinkers and pathfinders who were first in their endeavors. The military records Ida, the mother of Eba Esige, who went from 1504 to 1550 as the first woman to go to the battlefield to save the kingdom under her son's reign. We salute also Professor Grace Alele Williams, who was the first female vice chancellor of a university in Nigeria. She emerged at a time when the terrain was an exclusive reserve of men. These were women of steel who triumphed against all odds. In recent years, we have seen more women breaking through barriers and reaching the highest levels of leadership in various spheres of life. Women like Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, former finance minister and now Director General of the World Trade Organization, Sirleaf, who served as the 24th president of Liberia and the first woman to occupy the highest political office of an African country. There are other female achievers that time and space will not permit us to list here. Essentially, therefore, the conference is a celebration of the progress that women have made in leadership over the years and a reminder of the work that still needs to be done to achieve adequate representation of women in leadership, especially in politics. As we start, I am reminded of the profound impact that women in leadership positions can have on our global community. It is in this vein that I thank especially the chairman of this unique conference, Senator Dr. Basil Hamid-Bajuma, a lady who is self-fulfilled and now takes on the role of helping other women to actualize themselves and march towards successful leadership. She has proved that an empowered woman can achieve by her so many acts of philanthropy, which the University of Benin has graciously benefited from. Our own Senator Basil Danjuma and Senator Oluyemi Tinubu, who is our current First Lady of Nigeria, are two of the few women who have boldly stamped their leadership feet at the apex parliament of our country. The Senate, we are glad that other women are following their example. On the religious front, women have also occupied positions otherwise exclusive to men. In the roll call, Archbishop Margaret Benson in Bahausa stands out. Our dear First Lady of Edo State, Dr. Bessie Obaseki, is always in our esteem. I thank you, Our Excellency, for exemplary leadership of the women in Edo State and for supporting worthy causes always. At this juncture, let me pause as I welcome heartily my own darling sister and compatriot, Professor Folasade Odushola OON, the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos, who is our first keynote speaker. She is indeed a woman of excellence and distinction. We appreciate especially also Dr. Joy Abba, Country Director of the Development Alternatives Incorporated, who is also our second speaker. Thank you, sir, for your immense contributions to development issues of our great country. Our distinguished resource persons are highly valued. We could not have selected better speakers for this conference, as these eminent persons articulate and accomplish with the various fields of endeavor. We set the tone that will be so clearly endorsed as a blueprint for nurturing and raising effective women leaders who are expected to be models of development. As we move forward, it is imperative that we continue to support and empower for leadership roles. We down barriers that hold women back and create more inclusive and equitable education system and workplaces where all persons have the opportunity to exhibit their environments and to succeed. By championing diversity and inclusion, we can unlock the full potentials of our women and create a more prosperous and sustainable future for all. In closing, I urge every woman here present to embrace her unique strengths and talents and to never underestimate the impact that she can make as a leader. Together, we can shatter the glass ceilings and create a world where women are recognized and respected for their contributions to all areas of society. Thank you for listening. I thought that applause would be bigger. No, 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 no. Vice Chancellor, thank you, ma'am. Please sit. The chairperson of this opening ceremony and Chairman May and Baker Pharmaceuticals, Senator Dr. Daisy Danjuma, is very much with us, although not physically present. Her message will now be presented as I invite the Professor of Parasitology, a gender equality advocate, and former Director, Gender Studies, University of Benin, Professor Uwa Edosan. Please step forward to present Senator Danjuma's address. Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Lillian I. Salami. Our keynote speaker, Professor Ogunshola. I want to stand on the already established protocol. I want to read the address by our chairperson for this occasion, for the opening ceremony, Senator Dr. Daisy Danjuma. I read, Dear Professor Salami, I bring you and the entire University of Benin community warm felicitation, first from my dear husband, General T.Y. Danjuma, GCON, a firm encourager of women in leadership, and from my family. I'm particularly thrilled by the convening of this inaugural Women's Leadership Conference by the University of Benin, because it comes at a time when women in our country and beyond are providing their mettle in governance, politics, and in the corporate world. It is also timely because of the increasing recognition and acknowledgement of the potentials of women and their invaluable roles in the social economic advancement of our dear nation. The theme, finding your spark, breaking your boundaries, is apt as it seeks to challenge women who are not already doing so, to recognize the enormous potentials that they possess and to reach out to actualize them. Today, more than ever before, women are shattering the glass ceilings and debunking the myth of the female as a second fiddle. Women like yours, sincerely, and taking their places in corporate boardrooms, the academia, governance, commerce, and other important spheres of life. Women are able to achieve these feats because they have become more courageous and bolder. Women have embraced sound education and are striving in commerce, as well as deploying their God-given talents in areas hitherto uncharted in order to make the difference in our ever-changing and technological world. As a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria from 2003 to 2007, and President, Commonwealth Female Parliamentarians 2006, as well as chairperson of Women and Child Rights Committee of the ECOWAS Parliament, and chairperson, Committee of Women and Youth Development, as were more or less lone voices, advocating the right evaluation of the importance of female inclusiveness. The narrative is changing because women have become more sophisticated and virulent in their aspirations. This momentum must continue. A conference such as this answers to that expectation and encouragement. Importantly, ladies and gentlemen, women must be there for their peers in the task of breaking social and economic boundaries that have impeded their progress. Happily, the burgeoning affirmative action of women representation in governance is playing out well in Nigeria, and we thank our presidents and governors, past and present, who have seen it important for their beliefs in women's capacities and capabilities. Meanwhile, we must also give kudos to all dynamic and progressive men, be he for she, who have created the right ambience and opportunities for women to be more creative and self-actualizing by appointing them to positions of trust. Thank you. Women on their part have a unique responsibility of affecting their world because nature has endowed them with compassionate hearts and organizational abilities. These qualities must not be taken for granted. Rather, women should show forth their gifts in their homes, families, workplaces, and in the society at large. I congratulate you, Madam Vice Chancellor, and your wonderful team for this auspicious conference, which I believe will be marked by great outcomes. I thank all the participants for taking time out to attend this conference, which is germane to women development. I have no doubt that speaker after speaker will sufficiently and significantly motivate participants in ways that are innovative and avant-gardist. Incidentally, today is my birthday, but I want to correct this. You know, this conference should have been held on the 6th and 7th. Senator Dr. Besi Danjuma's birthday is 6th of August. So on that day, since we could not have the conference, the hostel, the girls' hostel she donated to UniBen was opened, and she laid another foundation stone for another hostel. I'm glad to share the joy and blessings of that day and today with everyone. Once again, I thank you all for this wonderful initiative of the Women's Inaugural Leadership Conference. Thank you and God bless. Donald, are you dreaming of ROSBP rice and stew very plenty? Thank you very much, Professor Ebesama. Now, we shall take the goodwill messages after now, but for now, we are going straight to the keynote address. And the title of today's keynote address is Identifying Your Leadership Style and Strategies for Effective Self-Advocacy. Our keynote speaker is a professor of medical microbiology and consultant clinical microbiologist. She is the first woman to occupy the position of Provost, College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Thank you very much. Clap if you will. The women are women. Clap if you will. Thank you. Always in the vanguard of Medicare for humanity, this distinguished academic boasts of a top-notch pedigree and has deployed her academic training and expertise to solving knotty issues around the regulation and management of viral diseases, particularly HIV and AIDS, and is the principal investigator at the AIDS Prevention Initiative in Nigeria. She has been chairman of the Infection Control Committee of Lagos University Teaching Hospital and chairman of the National Association of Colleges of Medicine in Nigeria, 2014 to 2016. She opened another chapter in the history of the University of Lagos with her appointment as the first female and 13th Vice Chancellor by the Governing Council in October 2022. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to present the keynote address, the cerebral, vivacious, dynamic, indomitable Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Folashade Tolulope Ogunsola, AON.
the Vice Chancellor, Professor Lillian Salami, my very dear sister, the indomitable, with an indomitable spirit. I want to thank, and members of the management team of the University of Benin, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me adopt the protocols already. Sorry, I'm trying to get this back up. Can you please, okay. Wow, fantastic. Thank you very much. Already laid. Okay. First of all, okay. First of all, let me first talk to all the women here. You're all leaders already. But what we're going to be doing today is talking about what style we bring to leadership. I'm going to try and make it a bit informal, a little bit of the science, but certainly I hope that you will all be motivated to even do better. Now, leadership is so many things to many people. And if you look at all the quotes about leadership, there's some of them that really come to mind and will let you realize that it's what you're doing already. Women are leaders in different parts of their lives. What we need to do is bring what we do naturally to our careers. It's a way of thinking, a way of acting, and most importantly, a way of communicating. A genuine leader is not a searcher for consensus, but a molder of consensus. Great leaders don't set out to be a leader, they set out to make a difference, which is what we do. The key to successful leadership is influence, not authority. So why aren't we in the leadership roles? There are two there are two leadership definitions I love. By Forbes, leadership is a process of social influence, which maximizes the efforts of others towards achievement of a goal. And the other one, leadership is the art of motivating a group of people to act towards achieving a common goal. And the leadership styles are classifications of how we achieve that, how we behave in a group when we're directing, motivating, guiding, and managing people everywhere. And there are over 25 leadership styles. And I'm sure if we wait another 10 years, there'll be more because there are many combinations of different leadership styles. And I'm sure many of you motivate groups in church, at home, in schools. And so we're already leaders. What we now need is to have the courage to take up positions of authority, which is where we're lacking. There are 4 basic leadership styles: the autocratic, the democratic, the delegative, and the transformational. If you look at that circle, there are so many more leadership styles. What all these are various combinations of the 4 basic leadership styles. But what we find is that one leadership style is not good enough. So the great leaders can adapt their style in the situation they find themselves, what we call situational leadership. But then you will be using one of these 4. Now let's just talk a little bit about autocratic leadership. It's the do as I say leadership. The person makes the decision without input from the rest of us. They have all the power, all the authority, and responsibility. What you will find here is that this particular leadership style has a gender flavor. More men do this kind of leadership style than women. So you have all the power, the authority, the responsibility. Their team members have to implement the leader's decisions, and you can tell clearly the hierarchy, who is the leader and who is following. It's very task-oriented, get the job done. They don't worry too much as I'm coughing, I was sick, I was carrying the baby to, they say, have you done the job? It's very practical, it's very efficient, it gets the work done, but it has its pros and cons. So it tends to be rigid, hierarchical. It's good for situations that require structure, or when you have a job you want to do quickly and you need to move rapidly. It can be beneficial to the organization and it keeps the team cohesive and efficient. However, on the long run, many people are not happy. Communication is poor or lacking, but people will keep doing their job because they're afraid. They may feel demoralized, and it does not allow for you to be creative because you have to follow the rules. And it does not lead to diversity in thought. One of the companies that had that was IBM. It's a groupthink. Everybody wears black and white and everybody follows the rules. This is not something we do too well. Then we have the democratic, which is the participative. I'm going somewhere with all this. This tends to build consensus. And again, women tend to do well with the democratic. We're consensus builders. And they usually offer guidance to members, but they also participate in the decision-making process. It is one of the most effective styles because you're taking all the information and the leader still retains a final say in the decision-making process. So you get everybody's views and then you synthesize. The good thing about this is it emphasizes equality and encourages discussion and a flow of ideas. It is a very effective leadership style. It encourages creativity, it emphasizes fairness and values intelligence and honesty. On the other side, sometimes the roles are not well defined, which could create communication problems and failures. So when you have a job that needs to be done quickly, the democratic style can slow you down. Some team members, typically those that have less experience, may be less willing or able to contribute or feel their views will not be valued. So they may not speak so that you lose those views. Then you have what we call the delegative style, the laissez-faire. This type of leadership style is where the leader just hands off. He says, this is what I want done, and leaves you to do it any way you want. The decision-making is to the group. The leader might talk to one or two people individually, but unfortunately, it's a leadership style that can be poorly productive because sometimes the members do not accept personal responsibility. It's possible for people not to be doing their job, and if the leader is not careful, they may not be able to achieve their goals. This kind of leadership style, though it sounds so loose, actually can be very effective if you're dealing with people who know their job, who are already self-motivated. One person, one of the richest men in the world, Warren Buffett, has this style. He meets with his executives once a year, and then they go on. But what he does is he makes sure that the people he employs are very smart, they know their job, and certainly they are highly motivated, so they don't need him. So he meets with them once a year, tells them where he thinks we should be going, and he leaves them to do their job. You cannot do that with people who don't understand what they're doing. You cannot do that with people who are not motivated to do their job. Things will go bad. Then you have the transformational leadership. This kind of leadership is what you find mostly in universities and in places where it may be difficult to just have authority. Here, in universities you want to inspire people to do. You can't force them to do it. You need to inspire them to do it. But it is not to say that you do not have all the other types of leadership in the university. But this kind of leadership you find a lot in such organizations globally. What they tend to do is have a vision which they share. And these transformational leaders tend to challenge the status quo. They want to see change. So they set out with an intent to change things. And then they tend to also work by developing others so that others will rise above personal interests for the goal of moving the institution forward. And in so doing, they themselves become better at what they do. These kind of leaders tend to be emotionally intelligent. They tend to care not only for the company, but for the people that they lead. They inspire people, and this style does not need the leader. Once the people have bought into the vision, they tend to keep moving, whether the leader is there or not. And they can really effect change if they can share that vision and the followers buy into it. The other part of that, the downside of this, is that some people may become overused. One of the things that you find in these kind of places where you have transformational leadership, because what you talk about in management and leadership is that what we call the Pareto principle. 20% of people will do 80% of the work in any organization. And 20% of the people also cause 80% of the problems. So every good leader sets out to find their own 20%. Where are the 20% that will do most of the work? Then you will have the next 20% who, when they see the first 20% doing well, will join them. Then you have another 20% who will later on, watching them very quiet, will join them. Then you have some who, no matter what you do, those ones you leave them alone. So, because in that 20% that will never change, are those who will be working actively against you. Don't waste your energy. They're the ones that start the rumors, ignore them. Because nothing you do, when somebody is determined not to see anything good, even when it is good, they will say, the tree is growing. They said, but did you see one root come out like that? That's what they will pick. So don't worry yourself about them. And it's one area women have to be, you need to develop a tough skin. When you're going into leadership, you've got to know they will tell lies about you. Your errors will be in the public space and people will laugh. Then they will say, even when you mean well, they will misunderstand it. That's not the problem. You must be able to sleep well at night. In the end, it's posterity that judges you, not the present. So in a nutshell, the characteristics of the 4 leadership styles: transformational, they have empathy, they have idealized influence. They tend to look into the future, and then they influence people to look beyond the present. They are adaptable, they are inspirational, they stimulate you to better, they tend to be very accountable, they have integrity, they are loyal not just to the system, but to the people that are following them. And they have the capacity to make really tough decisions. And why? Because they're seeing the future and they realize that some decisions have to be taken now so that you can move better in the future. And oftentimes they have charisma, something that makes people want to follow them. The autocratic is very decisive. And you probably want such people in your corner. And I'm sure most military people are autocratic leaders, and you need them for that. They're structured, chain of command, everything in its place. Everybody knows exactly what they need to do. And you need that when you're dealing, especially in the period of war. They are accountable too, they have high productivity, but they tend to have low engagement with their followers. Who cares about what you are thinking? This is where we're going, this is how we're doing it, just follow. Your thoughts are not part of the equation, and they have a tendency to micromanage. Democratic is quite similar to transformational. The main thing is that the transformational leader sets out to effect change. So he's looking into the future. But the democratic is also creative. They like teamwork. They empower those who follow them. They're flexible. They're communicative, collaborative. They're good at decision making because they take in a lot of views before they make the decision, and they engage with followers. The delegative is creative, but they like autonomy, so they leave you to do your thing. And because of that style, it means there must be trust. But there tends to be low accountability. But employees who work in such situations and know what they're doing tend to have high satisfaction. And the delegative leadership style is flexible and adaptable. Now, one thing we know is that no leadership style is bad. All leadership styles have value. The thing is, every leadership style must be applied to certain situations. And so what we find is that one situation may need an autocratic style, and yet you are a transformational type. One situation might need democratic, and yet you are an autocrat. So the point is, a good leader learns to use and adapt himself to the various styles. So you know that no leadership style is perfect. We all have a particular style that is our default, but it is not cast in stone. Once you know your leadership style, then you know that in certain situations, you cannot apply your leadership style to that situation, you will fail. You know, so you cannot, and you can always get better by understanding the leadership styles. So, and no leadership style is good for all situations. So the situational leadership is when it calls on all leaders to adapt their leadership style to situations and to the competence of their followers. So what you have here is the types of situational leadership. Oh, sorry. So what you have here in the green, what you have there are people who are not competent and who are unwilling to move, to do. So you have to take on the directing, which will be called an autocratic type of leadership. Then you have in the red, people who are willing and are able. You can have a delegative, you can leave them to do their business. In the top part, you have people who are willing but not very able. Sorry, who are able but not very willing. You support them to move forward. And in the coaching side, you have people who are not very able but are willing. So you have to coach them. So you have all these styles and you have to use them. So we are all leaders. We all have a default leadership style. And I'll tell you how to get an idea of what kind of style you have. But whatever type of leadership style you have, or whatever type, which will make you a type of leader, the most important thing is that you must know yourself more. To be a good leader, you must know yourself more, because that will tell you how to apply yourself. So how do you identify your leadership style? The first one is self-reflection. The second is you ask people around you. Then you should read up and understand various leadership models. I've just given you a very short idea, but there are lots, and I've put some references in the presentation. And then you can take leadership assessments. There are some online, and some of them are pretty good. So all these references, when you go to them, you'll be able to take a quiz, which will tell you your leadership style. I'll be leaving my slides. So when you reflect on your behavior, you have to ask yourself from your past experiences, when you were called to lead, how was your decision making? Did you ask people, or did you think about it in your room and come up with the idea of how you wanted to go ahead? And when there were problems, how did you go about fixing it? How do you deal with teams and groups in your office? How, even if you're not leading people, everybody is in an office, in an environment. How are you working in that environment? What values do you need? What values matter to you? Trust, integrity. I like to work with people. No, but I don't really like people too much. I like to do things on my own. So what are your core values? Because those will shape your leadership approach. How do you interact with others? What's your communication style? Are you likely to tell people, now just get there and do it? Or, my dear, what was your thought? Why did you do it like that? Have you thought that maybe that's a bit more collaborative? But some others, you've seen where we need to go through that door. Why are you asking him how he wants to go through the door? Just say, go through the door. So what's your style? And then you, of course, you need to consider all these. Do you look for input from other people? And when you are working in groups, in church, at home, everywhere, do you have people take part in that process? As I said, you take the leadership assessments. This DISC is a leadership assessment. It's one of the personality testing. It tells you about yourself. So you need to know your strengths and your weaknesses. For example, one weakness I have, I'm basically still am, but I would call it, I'm a socially functional introvert. So now I can do things, but I still have challenges when I have to just go out to look for money for the university. I will procrastinate. I will think about it, find solutions, find ways to, if I can, but I no longer can avoid it. So now I do it, but it is not my area of strength. Can you imagine me beside somebody who is a natural extrovert? You will leave me standing. So there are ways you go around your weaknesses. So I make sure on my team, I always have an extrovert who there's nobody coming that he cannot ask for anything. So I just say, I think we need to go there. If you want me to go, I can go first, but I leave him to do all the going in and coming out. I'm not good at it. So you must know yourself, and when you know yourself, you make sure where your gaps are, there are people on your team that feel that. So that's why it's important. Nobody can lead anywhere alone. You also need to look at how you handle challenges. Do you take charge? Do you seek input? Or do you delegate it? Your response when things are tough will reveal your leadership style. I know that when there are challenges, I hate things, when everybody is keeping quiet, there's a problem and nobody is going there, I will go there. And when things are really difficult, I also have a style. I don't know, for all the Christians here, Ephesians, and when you've done everything, just stand. Sooner or later, the solution will come. Don't move around when you don't know what you're doing. You're likely to spoil things a little bit more. So, and then you compare all these leadership models. How do they do it? Now, nobody, where you start is not where you will end. By the time you finish your leadership journey, you would have adapted to situations, you would have evolved. Some things you thought were weaknesses, you would have improved. That will no longer be a weakness. And sometimes as you strengthen in your areas, you start to identify some other weaknesses, some things that you thought was a strength. You've now become so strong in some other areas, you realize that side has to catch up. So it is not static. So I put out one of the the quizzes to determine your leadership style. It's one of the ones I put there. It says, how are your decisions? What you find with leadership is that a lot of it is about what kind of, how do you make your decisions? How do you get people to do things when you want them to? How do you monitor to make sure that what you've asked them to do is done? How do you feel about their input into your decision process? And then how do you want people to feel about their role? Do you want them to feel they're part of it? Or you just want them to follow orders and continue and just get efficient? So when you get there, and then how do you assign duties to your team? So when you know your leadership style, then you know how to advocate for yourself. Now, in advocating, it means you want to move to the next level. So self-advocacy, I decided to hone in on being an academic leader. One of the challenges in the university system that I think is something we all realize is that everybody assumes the leader and the leadership is the vice chancellor, and then the deans. But the head of department, when there are difficult decisions, you just let the DC make the decision. Decisions that should be made at departmental level. But once it's difficult, it's just move it up. Every professor is a leader. Every course advisor is a leader. You're leading groups of students. How are you dealing with them? What's your plan for them? If you're transformational, you see those students as people in whose life you want to plant and make them flourish. So I decided that for academic leaders, a lot has to do with our knowledge. There's no leader who can lead without, first of all, ensuring that he's knowledgeable about his subject. And it's beyond just my subject matter as a professor, but about the university, about the rules and regulations. You cannot lead an organization that you do not know how it's supposed to move. You must have excellent academic skills. If you're not doing well, why should anybody even, if you can't manage your own life, why will everybody put anything in your hand? You must be visionary, you must have a plan. And please, leadership is not the position. You could be sitting in your department and you could be just the top, you could be a member of a group of researchers. What's the vision for that group? Because it's the same habits you use in small groups that you're going to use in large groups. So these academic leaderships, but it's very interesting. Oh, I've missed this thing out. I think this is the wrong slide. Or it's been cut off. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I know. Okay, sorry. I'm okay. Now, in Nigeria, in 2001, 2022, we had a total number of 20,124 professors. I couldn't get the recent one, but I thought this was still okay. 17,000 of those were men. 3,174 were women. 15.7% of all professors were women. In 2019, the total number of professors were 11,877. 10,000 plus were men. Women were 1,802. 15.2% were women. But we know that women usually get to professorial grade later. And we're not often involved in leadership. We have too many things to run around between the house, the children, everybody, the aged parents were the ones that do it. So women tend to reach professorial grade generally a little later than men. Then when we get to the female vice chancellors, in 2014, there were 120 universities only 8 were women vice chancellors, 8.3%. In 2021, 202 universities, 9 vice chancellors, 4.45%. 2024, we have 274, 29 are women, 10.6%, getting better. Slowly getting better. But the good thing is that now, for every woman in this room, there are many female vice chancellors. So what's stopping you? So why are we so few at the top? And this, you can use this for corporate worlds, politics, same thing. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but I will get to the one that really matters. Cultural and religious barriers, institutional barriers, you know, the patriarchy, the attitudes at work, isolation, low mentorship. I remember when I was going to be provost, I did not plan to be provost. Because when you looked at the history of the College of Medicine, there were no females there. Everybody was an old man about to retire. I didn't fit that picture. So it just didn't occur to me that it was for me. And the only woman that ever tried to be provost, very few people voted for her. So I said, And then I told you I'm an introvert. I had to campaign. I said, I can't campaign. I said, what will I tell them I'm campaigning about? And they said, we tell them all the things you have done. I said, what have I done? Then we will help you. I said, so I will go there and say, excuse me, I have done this. Again, that's something women don't do easily. It feels like boasting. So, you know, you say, so I'll be going around and be saying, excuse me, you vote for me, you say, I did this, I did. It was one of the hardest things in my life. But where there's a will, there's a way. And the reason I had a will was because while I was fighting everybody and saying, I'm not going to be provost, because I didn't wake up one day and say, I want to be provost, typical woman, right? Where somebody came to me 2 years before the provost then was going and said, don't you think you should put it? I said, Nike, and they kept that pressure on. Till one day, somebody said it again, and I thought, it's a man's job. Then I thought, where did that come from? Because I believe I'm a feminist of sorts. And I thought, why did I think like that? That was when you realize that we as women internalize the bias. We believe it's not for us. And that's why many of us don't step up. Because of that, I decided to challenge myself and try. And I said, God, if it's not for me, it's complete. I suddenly didn't have any role models. So I went forward. And what did I do? Because there's always a way. I knew part of my challenge was just going to somebody I'd never spoken to and telling him about myself. That just didn't sound okay. I didn't know how to do it. Many times I got up from my seat, started to walk, and I would go back to my office. And then the people who are supposed to be supporting me say, Professor Bushola, get up, get up. Your competitors are moving around. They go around 15 times. You haven't even get up. I say, yes, I will go, I will go, I will go. So it was getting bad. And you see, when I was going to go forward, they said, we will help you. Lie. Nobody helps you. It's you. So I decided that, you know, my problem was an entry. So I sent around a text, SMS blast to say, I will be coming to see you to discuss the issues of the college and something. I hope you'll be able to receive me. That was a general message. So when I get to somebody's door, I say, good afternoon. Did you get my text? And they'll say, yes. I said, well, I just thought I should ask you what your challenges are and to share with you what I plan to do. And after you've done it it became easier. I didn't need the text anymore. So where I'm going with that is there's always a way, and it is uniquely yours based on your personality. Some people can just jump up. I couldn't. So religious and cultural barriers, both, I'm not going to, but what you have in the purple are some of the things that, you get as a female. I remember I was in a meeting and I was certainly not the youngest lecturer there. And the head of that department, it was a general meeting, said, Dr. Ogushola, baby, would you like to make tea for us? Can you bring the tea? And I thought, I froze. My feet, my legs could not carry me, so I couldn't even get up. There was an older woman beside me. She saw my face. It went wooden. I could not speak. And I thought there was somebody out there who was bringing in tea. So why was I the one to get up in a meeting when I had even junior male colleagues there? I didn't get up. Not because I was being disobedient. My legs could not carry me. But I wasn't really planning to get up. So the older woman said, Prof, don't worry. I will give you the tea. So she took the tea, poured it in his. I couldn't speak till the end of that meeting. And I kept thinking, was there something about the way I was that made him think I was the one to be carrying tea? I will tell you what I did. After about 6 weeks of talking to myself, I walked up to him. I said, Prof, because he was supposed to be an older friend. I said, I just wanted to share something with you. Prof, I felt very embarrassed that time when you said I should have tea, make tea. He said, I was just wanting people to know how close we were or that we are friends. I thought, and so is tea making? Needless to say, I was punished for it. Anything, anything, we used to do some publications together here. I was dropped, but it didn't matter. I had my dignity and nobody ever asked me to make tea again. But more importantly, I read a book, Nice Girls Don't Get the Corner Seat. She says there are many ways women sabotage their leadership. In a meeting where you're all professionals, they say they want you, be the first one to jump up. Who is sending you? You're not at home. At work, there's no gender. Anyway. Somebody then also told me, I'm putting a lot of this here. As you can see, there are many professors that are men. Somebody told me about 10 years ago, no, not 10 years, maybe about 6 years ago, and said, maybe 7, and said, you make a good vice chancellor, but not of a big university. We should find somewhere small for you, sir. At that time, I had no intentions of being any vice chancellor of anywhere, so it just went over my head. But that's part of it. There's low expectation for women. Do not fall into that trap. Because we're expected to be seen, not heard, and they expect you to be mother. So sometimes when people have behaved badly, they say you are a mother. I say, I'm not your mother, I'm the vice chancellor. That's how I'm not your mother. We're only mother and your daughter when I'm mother and son, when things are good. But when things are not, I'm not your mother. Once while I was provost, I wrote something on a memo that was a bit, and so I had just become provost, wrote me back. Essentially, it was as if that's not how you write it, something and very insubordinate. So I called the registrar. I showed it to him. And he said, I will bring him to apologize. When he came, he said, I was just trying to be friendly. After all, you're a wife. Oh, women see all sorts. Why? Because he comes from the same place as my husband. At that point, I went quiet. Such times you don't make noise. I said, I am not your wife. I am not your mother. I am your provost. Now get out of my office. And then he got a query. Because that was the height of it. Who is your wife? Could he have said that to when you came to apologize for misbehaving? After all, you are a wife. I was not his wife. Then there are some ingrained institutional biases that's you can't, nobody's doing it to hurt you. It's just that that's the way things are. The men's club, staff club where they're all having a drink, decisions are made and you're not there. Things are discussed. When you have problems, they sort it out. So by the time you come to the office, everything is sorted out. For women, you go home, you come back, nobody has discussed anything with you. So there's a tendency for you not to get all the information. And for people to think she's not cooperating, even though they had not given you all the information. And again, you can't sit around. You have 2 jobs. You're going home. Children, grandchildren, aged parents, it's still around your neck. So what I tell women is that that cannot be an excuse. If you're going higher, you have to learn to delegate. There is no value in being the one that can polish the table better than the house girl. Let her do it. It may not be as good as your own polish, but you cannot be all things to all people. Something has to give. But you will need mentors. I was lucky. I had both male and female mentors. Now, the most important one is a personal bias that women have, our internal bias, the fear of failure. We want to be perfect. So when you're given a decision or something to do, you will work at it, cross all the T's, dot all the I's. Then you look at it, it's not good enough. You will find another fault. Meanwhile, the deadline is coming. You will miss the deadline because it is not yet perfect enough. Then I read a book called The Confidence Code that said, when men are 30% sure that they know it, they start moving. Women, 150% were still struggling. Is it correct? Will I look foolish? Will I not look foolish? So I tell women, start small. When you are 60% sure that you know it, start. You cannot anticipate all the problems before you start. Some of the things you are doing and will not even be relevant when you start. So start fixing it along the way. Nothing becomes perfect the first time you do it. It is a journey to perfection, or should I say to excellence. Start. So wherever you are now, and there's that something inside you that says, should I start? Should I not start? Nobody started perfectly. We are afraid that our reputations will be damaged. I remember thinking, they will tell lies about me. They will say things like, you know what I found out? For most people talking about you, they don't know you. They will soon go on to the next story. And for those who talk about it, and it is another story. And then for those who matter in your lives, they know you. And they're the ones you will see next time. These people who are talking and talking on the newspaper and social media, who are they? They don't know you. They don't even have anything on your life. So please ignore. That is what you call the noise of the marketplace. Focus. Focus. The other thing women have a problem with is the fear that we're not good enough. I will address that later, but you are. And the fear to buck the stereotypes. We've been socialized to be nice, to be accommodating, to shrink ourselves so that others will be big. So it's it's not comfortable to take up your space. Start small. You know, if you were like this before, just do like this. After a while, do like this. After a while, do like this. And soon you'll be comfortable. It takes time. So it's a journey. Sometimes you will go back. It's okay. Be kind to yourself. Just be gentle, but keep moving forward. Now, this part, the internal bias, is the most important one because it's the one that stops us from doing what we need to do. So for self-advocacy, we all need to do what? Step up and start small. I put this here. You need to examine your mindset. What do you think about you in a leadership position? And that's why I told you all, you're already doing leadership. And leadership is not a position. It's an ability to influence groups of people. If you're doing it at your level, you can do it at any level. And women are the best politicians. If you have married, you have in-laws, you have, you know how to navigate your way. And you have children, husband, wives, grandma. No man can, emotional intelligence, plenty. So you must start afraid and you must start unsure. If you're not afraid, it's not a big enough goal. Start. And then you need to still the negative voices in you. I'm sorry, one more thing. Invest in yourself, buy books, take a journey. It's a journey. You can't change overnight, but you must want to become the leader that is in you. So, and it's the mind where it all begins. It drives our attitude, so we must watch our mindset. So what is this mindset? It represents the sum total of your thoughts and beliefs, shaping the way you interpret the world. As women, we can be very sensitive. Did you see how she spoke to me? How? I read a book, The Value in the Valley, and it said, woman, get out of your way. Nobody woke up in the morning thinking, that is the person I want to go and harass. People are just doing their business, and it just happened to be collateral damage, and you're still there steaming. I will show her. How could she? And then, if you're not that type, it's, what did I do wrong? Why did she think she could do that to me? She didn't know she did anything to you, or he didn't know he did anything to you. Get up. Nobody wakes up thinking about you. You're not that special. So get out of your own way and move on. These are things I had to do. And many women have to do it because we're sensitive. And your mindset is your default operating system. It's how you see the world around you, and it influences your interactions. It is a mental attitude that determines how you will react and respond to situations. If you keep finding yourself in a particular type of situation, it's not everybody else, it's you. You have the choice of how you react. And this mindset is our subconscious mind, and it powers 95% of our thinking and our actions. And there are two mindsets. The one that sees opportunities in every challenge, that accepts criticism, that is inspired by success of others, and believes that effort required to build new skills, that they can get it. That's all you need is effort. And it will persevere in the face of failure. And it has a desire to learn, and it builds abilities. It is what we call a growth mindset. That growth mindset says it doesn't matter how you were born, poor, rich, in the wrong side of town, with talent, no talent. You can achieve anything if you work hard enough, have enough dedication. And that is true. You learn it. So for some people, it may just require them to blink an eye. For some other people, they need to do a lot more. So if you have that kind of mindset, you fly. Again, mindsets, believe it or not, is gender. Men tend to have more of the growth mindsets. Women are socialized into the fixed mindset. A fixed mindset says that success is an inherent trait belonging only to those who are in some way exceptional. So we avoid challenges. We ignore feedback. We are threatened by success of others. You don't have to have everything. There's a desire to look smart, even if you're not feeling smart. So nobody will know you can fail. So you want to pretend that you are on top of it. Give up easily. In fact, I didn't even want it. That's a very famous statement that women have. They avoid failure by all means. So rather than move forward, they rather stay where they are comfortable. So nobody can, and then they believe that abilities are fixed. And there are certain things, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. It will give you an idea what triggers your fixed mindset. Is it setbacks, criticism, other people's successes, challenge? But you're not alone. Parents and teachers often give more praise to boys for trying than to girls. For girls, they give them praise when they have achieved. So boys are comfortable to try. Girls want to achieve, and if they're not sure they will achieve, they won't try. So it reinforces that mindset, and it's important that we recognize we have it and start pushing it. So who are you? These are the things you will ask yourself. And so how do you develop this growth mindset? And I'm using this because that's how you're going to advocate for yourself. You've got to know who you are, where you're coming from, and how you think. Everything starts here. You must identify your own mindset, how bad it is, what your triggers are. Then you must feed your mind, read up about other women, be mentored by some of them, read motivational books, because it is a journey. It's deeply ingrained. I put here some books that helped me. You can read some of them. The Value in the Valley, Who Moved My Cheese, which tells us, it's a very small book. I advise all of you to read it. What it does is it talks about, who has read Who Moved My Cheese? Fantastic. Or Our Iceberg is Melting. Who has read that? Then The Confidence Code was the one that let me understand that women, about this 150%. That again, you can read. The Long Walk to Freedom tells you failure many times before you achieve, and so on. So how do you develop your growth mindset? Everything that you cannot do, you say, I don't know how to fly, and put yet after it. I cannot fly yet, so that you can now start learning how to fly. So always seek feedback. So the third one is learn something new, challenge yourself. Do something that you're not good at. Start with low-hanging fruits, take baby steps, make mistakes. You may first make mistakes in a small place and then start going around. It's okay to fail, but get up again. Be kind to yourself. We are our own worst critics. Look at examples, role models work, join an association, get a mentor, a coach, and set realistic goals. So once your mindset changes, everything on the outside will change along with it. Do I still have negative thinking? Yes, but I know how to keep it quiet now. I say, shut up. I'm going forward. Do I know everything? No, but if it needs to be done, I jump in there and say, well, we'll be walking along. If I feel I get up again, Do I know all the answers? No, but if it has to be done, you jump in there. I'm sure my sister can say the same thing. You will make mistakes and they will blame you. You'll be doing good things, they will say, don't mind them all. Don't worry, keep moving. Being in leadership, slowly you develop the thick skin with time. But you will never, ever totally have a skin that has no chinks. Everybody likes to be liked. So we all start at different points. You must know yourself and start where you are. It's okay to be different. Look in the mirror, acknowledge your faults, accept you're not perfect, and no one is, but you can be better. Start pushing your boundaries so you can grow. Don't try to be anybody else but yourself, or you want to be a better version of yourself. Growth is uncomfortable. Moving into leadership, intentional leadership, especially leadership with authority, needs intentionality, but not all of us will get there. But we can be better leaders wherever we are. One thing vice chancellors do is you want to look behind you and see leaders at all levels, because if you have many leaders, your work is easy. People are taking control of their area, they are accountable, they are following the rules, they're not passing things up that they should have done. Then life is easier for everybody. Step up to leadership positions. For some of you, just apply. Nah, they want to do things, just do it. Why not? Does he have two heads? No. Why not you? You may not win. That's okay. You try again next time and learn some lessons. What did he do that was great? Well, how can I be better? So step up to leadership positions, to committees, to headships. Be scared, and you will be. Do it anyway. It's always one bite at a time. Don't look at the big thing. Just look at what decision do I need to make today for this particular thing. If you make right decisions for all the small things, before you know it, you've made some huge decisions. So why should you care? It's an investment in yourself beyond the leadership. You'll be more responsible and you'll have more responsibility. You will build networks with a lot of intangible and tangible benefits. You'll be more visible, more relevant. You will develop skills that will propel you to greater heights. And you'll also have skills for retirement. We're all not going to stay inside here forever, where it is everything is done for us. The skills to be relevant in the world we're going into, the fourth industrial revolution, because if you're going to do all this, it means you'll be continuous learners. One thing leadership does for you if you're going to be effective is you're learning every day. And you have a greater sense of your relevance. And you may possibly be wealthier or have the potential to become wealthier. So leadership is a choice. It's not a position. And you can always lead better, whatever your style. So you can lead from anywhere. So you see the VC at the top, that's the V. And all the people at the bottom there are the different levels of leadership. Everybody. I've talked about this, So you're already a leader wherever you are. Know yourself better. Keep pushing your boundaries. Keep investing in your organization and into the people around you. People will follow those they respect and admire, regardless of title or position. Are you somebody to be admired? Are you somebody to be followed? If they follow you, you're doing something right. You are a leader with probably the right leadership style, which can be improved upon. If they're not, time to start looking at your style and working on it so that they can. You need to step up. Thank you very much for listening.
More. Thank you very much, the distinguished Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos. Another round of applause, please. I told you this conference, please sit. I told you this conference is about women inspiring women. And I'm sure a lot of us, if not all of us, learned a lot of things from that keynote address. Thank you once again, Madam Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos. And so we welcome very heartily our very beautiful First Lady of Edo State, who is a special guest at this conference, Dr. Mrs. Betsy Obaseki. She's not just the mother of Edo State, she's also a lover of Edo State and its people. A classy First Lady. She's an alumnus of the University of Lagos, where she bagged, what a coincidence! Where she bagged a bachelor's and master's degrees in accounting. She's also our alumnus because she's a recipient of the Distinguished Honorary Doctorate degree of the University of Benin, the prestigious University of Benin. An alumnus of the Kellogg School of Business Executive Management Program from the Northwestern University, Illinois, United States. Our First Lady had previously worked at Leasing Financial Services Company, a subsidiary of the Bank of Industry, as the head of business development and senior manager. At the Bank of Industry also, she rose to become the head of strategy and corporate transformation, as well as the assistant general manager. At the present, she is the CEO and managing director of the Bank of Industry Investment and Trust Company Limited, another subsidiary of the Bank of Industry Limited. I now respectfully invite the First Lady of Edo State, Dr. Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, for her address. Please put your hands together.
It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Let me start by appreciating and congratulating my beloved sister, the dynamic, transformational, awesome Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin. Great UniBen. I want to, this is an Amazon. That's the way I like to describe her. And I'm not surprised that she's gathering women today to expose us all to some vital knowledge and capacity gaining. I want to congratulate you on this very important conference that you're inaugurating today. I believe this is an inaugural one, and I hope that the university is going to continue to host these conferences in the years to come. When she sent her planning committee to me to intimate me about her plans to start this initiative, I said to them, this sister of mine and I think alike, because I was planning the same thing as a way of saying goodbye to the good women in Edo State, only for her to also to be planning the same thing ahead of her retirement. So congratulations, my dear sister. We didn't have much time to plan, but you have at least, the hall is 3/4 full, so this is a successful outing. So congratulations again. Let me also especially greet and welcome my Vice Chancellor. So I have the two Vice Chancellors in my life. I wouldn't say so far in my life, because I don't plan to go back to school to study anything. Luckily, I've got the 3 doctorates from the University of Benin, a highly prestigious one. This university does not sell their honorary degrees. They give it to only worthy people. So I used to boast of being an alumnus of the University of Lagos. I always reckon that that's one of the greatest and the best universities in West Africa, even in Africa. Whenever I say that, my husband tries to shut me up, and he tells me about UI being the greatest. Until I was awarded a doctorate here at the University of Benin, and I got to know that on the day that we had that award, there were many. I was the only one, I was told, who was nominated and awarded at the very first nomination, and most others had been nominated many times before and didn't get it. So it really proves that the University of Benin is another great university to be reckoned with. So I'm so proud to be one of your own now, as well as of the University of Lagos, the great one. Let me acknowledge all our dignitaries here. I see our Reverend Father, very fond of him. Let me greet the chairperson of the organizing committee and her members, other members of the university community, professors, heads of departments, representatives of perhaps traditional schools, distinguished guests, the wonderful women here gathered. Good morning. Let me thank you again, Vice Chancellor, for inviting me. I knew that I had to be here at all costs. My husband says that this is your last outing, is it? When I told him I was leaving to come here, and he sends his warm regards and congratulations as well. What can one say? I sat down there taking in this very brilliant lecture. The whole essence of this sort of conference is not just to gather women for gathering's sake, but it's to have people with knowledge and value to give to other women. And so we are all here to learn. It's not a jamboree. And from the very first lecture that we've gotten today, I know that this is going to be a very fulfilling and impactful conference. So every one of you seated here, I'll enjoy you to stay to the end of it. You'll leave here feeling better, gaining more knowledge, feeling more capable to face life. You would leave here with a greater sense of self-worth and capacity to become the human being God has created you to be and to impact your world. So I want to especially thank Professor Gunshola for the brilliant lecture. And I'm glad that you're leaving your slides behind. I'm going to ask for them to take them back home and study them and refer to them from time to time to there's a spirit in it. And the more you read it, the more the knowledge and the spirit and the value gets into you. So women, it sounds like a cliche whenever we gather women together and talk about empowering ourselves. We talk about the affirmative, we go on about the mantra, about how we need to have campaign and advocate for women to be included in the scheme of things that affect our lives as human beings. This discussion has been going on for decades, and it's likely to go on for many more decades, because from what we've heard today, and most all of it, I believe, is true, is our own obstacles, our own problem. The men don't get to arrange conferences for themselves the way that we do. That just shows, like the professor has said, that we have allowed ourselves to be slow to learning, slow to waking up. Every time we get a wake-up call, like this is a wake-up call. And then we go back and we don't do much. Or we go back and we do not encourage one another. When we see a woman struggling and striving to come up, it is us, the same women, who put her down. It's said every time, women are their own problem. So whenever we gather together, let us know that we're gathering ourselves because we want to encourage ourselves. We want to hold our hands, each other's hands, and help everyone rise up, get up, stand up, and actualize purpose. Let us begin to have a change of mindset towards ourselves as women. We come here, we see lady vice chancellors, we feel proud, we are happy, we're excited, we want to support them. They make us proud, but then we do not know that we also have the duty and responsibility to keep supporting one another until we see many more women in positions of relevance in our society. It is often said that 50% of the population of the world are women. They say now that it's perhaps 60. There are more women than men. That's the reason why some women are not yet married. And some people are proposing that polygamy should be encouraged so that the men will get to marry the extra women in the world. So it's mathematically correct if you say that women are not encouraged to take their positions in life, that the world will be shortchanging ourselves by at least a half. That the current states of development that the entire world experiences now would have been perhaps double what it is if women were allowed to participate at every level of engagement, government, politics, business, enterprise, in the academia, in every area of life. And so we keep saying this and hoping that the men here, and they also work on themselves to reduce the biases against women in societies. But we gather ourselves here to talk to ourselves so that we build our own strength and voice and capacity and resistance to the pushing back from either whatever it is that we've allowed in our lives to put us down, be it cultural biases, be it male dominance and oppression, be it, the laws of nations that women are not allowed to participate in crafting to ensure that the interests of women are, reflected in these laws. So for me, the bottom line of our engagement today, and our engagement whenever we come together as women, is to tell ourselves. I always like to go a bit spiritual. To tell ourselves that, look, like I said to people, when I'm counseling people who, other women who've been battered in the marriages or have issues, I say to them, you were created by God equally as any other human being. So you've got every right that another human being has, even the one who is abusing you. He is not superior to you. It may be your father, your husband, your boss, whoever. No creature is superior to you as a human being. We're not talking about subhumans or animals. We're talking about human beings. Everyone made in the likeness and image of God, the Creator. And so you must not allow another human being to put you down. That no human being has the rights in this life, in this world, no matter who they are, to put you down. And you must not allow it. You look yourself in the mirror and you tell yourself that. No creature. And you must not allow it. These things happen because we allow them. We allow them to happen. We say to the human being, how dare you? Like you had examples from the Vice Chancellor of Lagos. How dare you? Who told you I cannot be strong? So who told you I don't have so? Who told you? Let that be the spirit in every one of us human beings. You must develop a strong sense of self-worth. You must look at yourself and know that you are extremely valuable as a human being. We're talking about finding our spark. We are sitting down there and approximately our Creator is all sparkly. He's got spark in and out all around. He's light, he's spark, eternal. And it is from out of him that we all need. So that spark in him that he is is in every human being. So every one of us has a spark. So that's what this conference is awakening in us, for us to know that every one of us has a spark. And we are to now realize it, sit down, and begin to find that spark in us. Begin to look for that special, peculiar thing that God has dropped in us that makes us unique and different from the other human being. Others have been dormant and latent in the lives of most of us. I like to give an example of myself. People say about me these days that, oh, firstly, you're a very bold man, very brave. You know, people will say, don't give her a microphone because you will not leave. She will talk and talk and talk. She talks extempo. She's an orator, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you the truth. I was the shyest creature on earth. You won't believe it. Extremely shy, to the point that my mother got worried. You know, our clothes would go home on holidays from the Federal Government Girls College in Benin when I was in secondary school. I got back home in Port Harcourt. I enter our home and I will not leave that house. I don't even go outside until it's time to go back to school. That's the kind of human being. Everybody was thought when they meet me, they think I'm my parents' last born, because I was the most protected, the shyest, the quietest. Even when I started working as an adult, if you'd ask me to speak, I would run until my MD, Mrs. Bume, I'm sure some people must have heard of her, the managing director of the Bank of Industry. She was my boss at the International Merchant Bank when I worked there. And then she was made the managing director of the Bank of Industry many years later. And she invited me to come join her at the Bank of Industry. And she called me once to tell me I was going to head the strategy division, strategy and transformation, corporate transformation, it's called. And at the time I was heading a different portfolio, my good business, and I was doing well and happy. And she now calls me to say, this is going to be a new position. And that anywhere she went to as managing director, I would go with her. And this woman used to travel the world. And one thing I hated was traveling. And that position I knew was the hardest job because it required a lot of thinking, writing, intellectual stuff, research, and moving around, traveling. And I just busted down and started crying. And I begged her that I didn't want the position. And she looked at me and said to me, you can cry all you like, Betsy. She said to me, trust me. I know what, she looked at me like, trust me, I know what I'm doing. And I was wondering, what on earth does she mean by that? I begged and begged. She refused. I went back home and I told my husband, in my mind I decided, look, I know what I'll do. I'll just go report her to my husband. Because my husband worked at the bank in the International Merchant Bank many years before. They were colleagues. Before I joined, by the time I joined the bank, he had left. It was actually his desk that they gave to me when I was employed there, and that's how we met years later. So they used to be colleagues, and they have a lot of mutual respect for each other. So I went home and told him that, see what Mrs. Brume is trying to do. Help me, threaten her, tell her that she does not leave me where I am, that you're going to take me away from the bank. And then he looked at me and said, are you well? Is your head correct? We're asking, so do you understand what that position is? Head of strategy of a bank like that. Don't you realize that you are next to the MD? After the MD, you are the next most important person in that bank. I said, I don't care. I don't want it. He just looked at me and said, "Well, my friend, go and sit down, take on the position. You'll do it." So that's how I struggled, cried and cried in prayer, asked God to intervene and all of that. And then spoke to a prayer partner of mine, before I even finished, he said, by the time you get into this position, one day you'll be saying to yourself, "I love this job, I love this job." I said, "Never, it's not possible." And do you know, one day working in the office, I'd be the last to leave in the bank. And a friend of mine used to warn me, "Betsy, when you're closing late, go back home. You know, this place isn't safe. Your area boys surrounding all of that." And I found myself working one day, and I just shouted in my office, "Oh, I'm enjoying this job. I'm enjoying this job." And then I stopped and remembered what he had told me, and I couldn't believe this was happening. Then there's another thing she did. She was invited to give a lecture in one university. I can't remember, one of the universities in the West. As a, when they're having a convocation, they invite visitors to give some address. And she then called me, gave me an invitation, and told me I, small me, would go and deliver that lecture. And I should write it. I would go and speak to a whole university's convocation ceremony. And I just knew that it wasn't going to happen. Again, she insisted, and I had to do it. In the course of preparing, I ran to a senior colleague of mine, told him about it. He helped me, supported me. By the time we got the paper together, and I was reading the paper, ahead of the event, I just began to get excited. I had something to say. I had things that I wanted to tell them, and I was looking forward to doing it. This is me. I couldn't believe that was happening. I got there. They were reading, all the professors, all done, and they took small me. This thing I'm telling you is, let's say, about 20 years ago. Took small me. You can imagine how small I was. Down to one, the heavy gown and cap and all that. I followed the procession. It got to the time of my time to speak, and I delivered that paper, and I got a standing ovation. And then the VC was saying, "Oh, little Mr. Putsu, little Mr. Putsu," and all of that. I got back, and she said to me, "I told you, I know what you're capable of doing, and what I want to do is to put it out of your shell." I didn't know, I had no idea God has sent that woman to prepare me for today. It was when my husband got to be elected as governor that I now knew the value of what she had done in my life. You wouldn't have had me speaking like this or even attending events if I didn't have that exposure and training and grounding. And I found myself, found my voice, found my own spirit and message that God has given me for the world, began to find my purpose, and gives me the platform to begin to express it. That is what you see happening here. Is a human being who God helped to find her purpose and is living it and expressing it and finding fulfillment in doing so. So wherever you find yourself in life, like our professor says, that's not your end. See yourselves as being at your on the launching pad, at the very beginnings of the great things you will achieve. This whole thing about, becoming a leader, the prof has said that the leadership position is, I think I wrote it down somewhere. Prof, what did you say now? My writing is so bad, I wrote it down on accounts. It doesn't happen by chance, right? That it is, you intentionally pursue it. I want to add that in every position you find yourself in life, as long as there are other human beings around you, looking up to you, it could be your children, it could even be a petty trader in the market, and you have people around you. Leadership is not for professors in the university environment. This whole conference is not just for the university environment, it is for all women from all walks of life, wherever you find your place, wherever you find yourself, as long as you have another human being, just one person that looks up to you or depends on you, you have the position of a leader. And we must recognize that from the beginning, like she said, develop yourselves. If you are a trader in the market, you can improve more lucrative means or ways of doing your business, selling your paper to sell more, make more money. I remember how I got some women in the first 2 years of our coming here. I wanted to empower women across the state, indigents, more like non-income earning women across the state, and train them in poultry, what's it called now? The traditional way of raising chickens. You know, the way in the villages and just rearing chickens, running around the compound. You don't go looking for any specialized meal to give them, but they scavenge around, and that's the way they survive. So I worked with one of the people that had worked with us in the Bank of Industry to develop a special breed of chicken in Nigeria, to help with food insecurity and lack of protein in children's meals and all of that. I brought them to those states and partnered with us, and I began to empower those women. I gave 40 birds to each woman, 20 male and 20 female, across the states. We trained them and all of that, gave them the original 1 bag of feed, trained them on how to use things around the house to provide feed for the birds. And some women, as we gave out the birds, had people outside the gates waiting to buy from them. A lot of that happened. Some took the birds home, nurtured them. I had a team of women going around from time to time, checking on them, seeing how they were doing. I did a bit of that some of the times. But do you know that I had a few women, one of them happens to be a widow. So had built a house from that business and trained her children to college from that business. Same opportunity that hundreds of thousands of women had across the state, but they had a few special successes. So that's what can happen to every human being. You take what you learned, you take these opportunities that come before you, and make sure you utilize them to the fullest potential and make the best of them and get the best value out of them to make you, more and more a better version of yourself. I always also like to give the example of Maria Deco, the deputy speaker of Edo State, who happens to be one of the panelists here today. Whenever I gather, anywhere in the political space, so I'm always talking to the women in politics. I remember early in the day when we came on board and I saw the quality of women in politics in Edo State, I was discouraged. And I said that, we must change this. We must cultivate the right people to come into politics. My mother-in-law had said something to my husband many years ago about how the problem in Nigeria, she's a pensioner, she went after she retired to fill her funds to be collecting her pension in the one ministry. And one clerk, this is the woman, she retired as a radiologist. She was a radiologist in the general hospital in those days. The clerk, who perhaps had just school set, was telling her how to fill her retirement form and said to her, Ma, don't feel it like this, feel it like that. If you feel it like this, you won't get your money quick. Or if you feel it like this, you know. She said she looked at him and looked at herself and said, the clerk telling you, teaching you how to feel, that this country has just spoiled. She said, now, so it is those who do not know that have overwhelmed those who know. And we have allowed the space where those who know ought to occupy. We've allowed it for blackberries, the miscreants, the drug dealers to occupy. The space of politics is filled with them. And then we all complain about Nigeria. How will Nigeria get better when we have the right people in the place of politics and place of government or governance? So I was trying to now get some educated, civilized, enlightened women into the politics. So I co-opted her at the time when we came on board. She was head of FIDA, and she came to me to tell me about the VAP law that she had been trying to get the states, looking for who would work with her on it to get it domesticated in the states. And I was very interested in it, and we began to work on that VAP law together. So I saw her capacity, a lawyer, God-fearing, full of knowledge, commitment, and all of that. So we were working together, and then I co-opted her into my small committee, to work on this. I was planning to have a big conference, women's conference, and invite professional women across the state to talk to them about getting interested in politics and coming on board. So in the course of doing that, she and the woman leader at the time, who happens to be a dentist, and perhaps at the time the only professional woman leader of any party in Nigeria, we were working on this project together. And then I just said to her, by the way, Deco, it is women like you we're looking for to enter this thing, to join the politics. So I said, oh yeah. I handed over to the woman and I said, please begin to prepare her. Talk to her about, how the political structure is and all of that. Teach her about politics. And so she was my first. I then nominated her when they were running for House of Assembly. Nominated her to run. She ran and won the election at the time, and they stole the mandate from to compensate her because we all knew she won the election. So he made her Commissioner for Women Affairs at the time. So that's how it happened. And then again, this time around, we're looking for capable women to push forward to run for the House of Assembly. And I told my husband to pull her out of commissionership, she and 3 other women, and put them to run. And she won, and she's now Deputy Speaker, House of Assembly. So you see, if that hadn't happened, she would have been pursuing her FIDA law agenda. She's currently doing a PhD in law. She wouldn't have been in the political space to help us sanitize a place, to help us train and teach those who don't know about how things should be done, to help us ensure that there's law, order, transparency, integrity in the space. So when more and more of people like us enter any space, those who know, or those who want to know, those who are ready to build capacity, we end up changing the narrative, affecting our societies, our states, and our nation for good. So I believe that's what this conference is all about, for every one of us to know that we've got it in us to be better than we are today. We have a purpose from God that we must actualize. We've got better versions of ourselves that we haven't attained yet, and we must do everything we need to do, acquire the knowledge, get the exposure, do honest self-searching to know who you are, like the prophet said, and be true to yourself. And, groom yourself and help yourself to get better and better. And as you get better and better, you'll be touching people around you for better. And at the end of the day, we rise up together, a better society, a saner, more developed society, and a better world at the end of the day. So everyone, find the spark. You've got it in you, okay, at whatever level. Okay, believe in yourself.
You're special. Every human being is special. And then develop a strong sense of self-worth and own your space. Don't give it up for anyone. God bless us all. Thank you, First Lady of the State. More, and more. This conference is a success already. Accomplished, successful women, sharing experiences, motivating others. Thank you once again, First Lady. There will be one more lecture and the first batch of awards of appreciation before the tea break. Fondly referred to as Dr. Love because of her impact, immense impact, and selfless service to others. Our next speaker will be presenting a paper on the breakthrough mindset, cultivating innovation and creativity in your career. She's a distinguished alumnus of the University of Benin. Put your hands together for UniBen. She graduated with honors as the best student in internal medicine. Her special interests in public health and infectious diseases has guided her illustrious career towards making profound impact in Nigeria, Canada, and beyond. This epitome of beauty, brain, and compassion served as consultant to the Senate Committee on Health at the National Assembly in Abuja from 2015 to 2019, where her efforts helped to direct policies for accessible and affordable healthcare for all Nigerians. As a special advisor on health monitoring to the governor of Delta State from 2011 to 2015, this expert in family health championed programs that significantly improved maternal and child health, reduced mortality rates, and enhanced healthcare access. It is now my singular privilege to invite Olorobi Professor Rutere Akpedeye Ogenda to deliver her paper. Let's put your hands together.
Wow. I was sitting on my desk and wondering on my chair, wondering what do I have to add after the VC of Lagos finished all my talk for me. And of course, a politician now came, the governor's wife, did the other half. So I have 10 minutes to speak. I don't know if I can even spend 5 minutes, but I'll try to do something. So thank you very much for the very, very warm introduction. And I loved it. Let me just go and start from where she said they're recruiting qualified women to go into politics because education matters, as we all know. And my talk, I would summarize. So I'll give more life examples because I think everything about innovation has already been trashed by the VC of Lagos. So the first thing I would like to say is I'm a professor of family medicine in Canada, and I'm a politician in Delta State. This state is in opposition, so I better be careful because I'm APC. And yes, we're on our renewed hope agenda. I don't want to be stoned because I know there's a lot of protests going on. But on a very serious note, I believe in our mandate. So I will talk about 7 principles of innovation. Quickly, I'll list them, I'll go a little bit into them, and then I will summarize. Like you said, most of my talk has been done. And luckily for me, the VC has left the slides. So I don't know, I've written something out And I've sent it very quickly. I didn't even know it was going to be this elaborate, but I hope you follow me. So the first one we're going to see, so my topic actually is very clear. So I should talk about, hang on, where the right is. Yes, breakthrough mindset, cultivating innovation and creativity in your career. Now, in general, we know that women are always marginalized, every country. And so I'm very excited right now as a woman, because a woman is going to be running for the highest office of the land. And I'm sure we all know about Kamala Harris. But I'm going to end there. Why women who are professionals, and she's an attorney, lawyers, doctors, accountants, can be anything they want. And again, like I said, the job hasn't done for me, so I would go through. So you have to seek inspiration. That's the number one thing, from diverse sources. Number two, you're going to challenge all assumptions and biases. Okay, so the VC was a professor, and they told her to go and make tea, for example, because they felt that she, as a woman, she wouldn't be sitting at the table, she must be there to make tea. And there were junior male colleagues there, and that was an insult. And I'm so proud of her that she never stood up to answer that call. And some women, out of fear, would actually do that and diminish women. So very, very proud of this VC. And of course, I have to talk about our VC right here, because I know when she was running for VC, I think she was one out of how many men? Maybe less than 2% were women. And of course, she thought she had no chance of getting it. And now she's a VC of great UniBen. Please clap for her. Greatest UniBen, right? Great. So women should always challenge assumptions and biases, okay? You must experiment and you must learn from failures. In fact, it is a good thing to fail, because you cannot learn if you do not what? Fail. Embrace failure. And don't be afraid to try new things because you failed before. And you can always pivot, means you can change the narrative because you have failed before. Now, you must learn how to collaborate and co-create with others. Very, very important. Mentorships. The first lady talked about somebody mentoring her, how she was the shyest person that she ever knew. And today, we almost had to drag the microphone from her addressing academics. So that is what mentorship does. And she has gone ahead to mentor the deputy speaker. We need to clap for this first lady. Even though she's in opposition, but I really appreciate that. Women need to build women. And actually, the men who need to build women too, they're called he for she. Because in the space, we don't really have enough women to speak for us. And women know more about women issues. Again, I'll go back to Kamala Harris. In many states in the United States, women are actually in the ballot. I'm sure you know about Roe and what's the law again? Roe versus Wade. And I know in Pennsylvania and 4 other states, like 3 battle states, that actual abortion law is on their thing. And so I'm very hopeful for women because there's somebody like that speaking for women. So mentorships, mentees and mentors, find one and let them drag you to do it. And if you said no, let your husband, like Mrs. Obaki say, you will, better go and take the job. You understand? Don't be afraid, take the job. Then number 5, seek feedback, constant feedback. Constantly ask questions, almost like a 360-degree feedback from your colleagues, from your superiors and your juniors. How am I really doing? Be honest to yourself, find out what you're doing right, do more. Whatever you're doing wrong, change the narrative, learn. We are all able to learn. Number 6, adopt a growth mindset. You know, sometimes when we're not doing well, like VC said, we have to be 150% correct before we can even step into our platform. You know, and that's wrong. Men, even 10%, will tell you that the answer is not 100%. So women need to be more confident. And so what if you fail? And so what if you are incorrect? You may actually create a new narrative because you have innovated and you are not afraid to develop a new mindset. And then you have to consider everything on the table. So I'll go a little bit more, not too much, because like I said, everything has been done. So I'll speak more about the women get out of your own way. You stop doubting yourself. Understand that, I don't know, so that is that we are created equal, but that's not what the Bible said, that the man is the head of our situation. So, let's not talk divorce in the home. So, women, our husbands are still our head as a Christian, but you may even be the stronger person financially in the family. Don't be afraid. Okay, and because your husband left you, does not mean that your situation is over, okay? Or your husband died. Madam, just wear your big boy pants and go into that room, fight and win for women. So this is very, very important. That even when you're doubting yourself, just go. And she got what? A standing ovation. She almost did not want to go. So this is what it is. You'll be surprised how many people are feeling your fears. How many people will not want to come out of the room because they're shy or they cannot hold the microphone. But as politicians, we're always campaigning. So to hold microphone, very easy for me. You understand? But what is the message you're sending for women? Especially professional women in this space, where my uncle told me that you have a problem in your marriage. Why are you coming into politics? You have a problem in your job? I said, no. He said, in Nigeria, women in politics, they don't have husbands. They don't have husband. Because they expect you to fail in your marriage. Well, to the grace of God, I've been in active politics since 2010, and I'm still married. And my husband is probably my strongest supporter. So give it up for men who support their wives in politics. It is possible. It is possible. All right, so biases are there all the time. They think you have failed in one area, that's why you're coming to politics. I'm going to speak directly as a politician now, because like I said, Professor has done the whole job for me about innovation and how to stand in your own seat and don't be afraid to fall. And if you do, you will what? You stand up and try again. So going now to, how many minutes do I have? I know it's been long, so I'm going to try not to bore you with repetition. So I'm just going to go to final 10 points, okay? Because like I said, I was going to speak to my slide, but I think we can just jump to the end. Just to make it more interesting. Plus, I'm going to try to catch in 40 minutes. And so I really need to manage my own time. So 10 points, okay? To cultivate a breakthrough mindset, it is essential to foster innovation in your own career, okay? You must embrace growth. You must encourage continuous learning. You must foster a safe space for your own ideas, okay? And you must always challenge what? The status quo, especially when they tell you no. No is not an option. No is not even no is not a word even. Say yes. Say yes, I can. What? Yes, we can. Women, you can, okay? And take risk. Take risk. Put it all on the line. Take a risk. Sometimes winner takes it all. Sometimes you lose and it hurts. But what? Double up, find out why you lost, and try again. So I would say, I'm encouraging risk takers now, okay? If it's very, very good, if you, first lady is your person buying your phone and guaranteeing things, but sometimes you may not even have that. If you're interested in politics, go buy your phone. Good news is, in most political parties in Nigeria, they actually do not require men to pay for forms. Not so. And they will just ask you to pay the dues for the party. So this is encouraging, although I would like to see the legislative laws where they have specific number of seats for women. I think we need to get there. There are many countries that do that, and Nigerians will not even pass a law. Nigeria. Anyways, Nigeria, they will not even pass a law to give women equality, because they feel that once a woman gets in there, things will work properly. And sometimes it benefits them for things not to work properly. So if you see the Senate, the House of Reps, even the House of Assemblies, I don't think they occupy up to 20% of the seats, and it's really not good enough. That are actually half of the population. So even if we get 40%, it's still not good enough. So one day we're going to get equality. Amen? Amen. So always reflect on what your decisions are. You need to collaborate, and then you need to set very clear goals. At the end of this talk, I will tell you what my clear goal is, and I hope you all support me. But women need to take care of themselves, okay? And one of my friends told me when I was coming, he said, Dr. Love, my alias, why do you think women live longer than men? And I said to her, that's very good. Maybe they're more wicked. I would laugh. But really, women know how to do this. We need to know how to have support for each other. Men sometimes pretend they don't want to tell each other the truth. Friends may not even know their friend is sick with, say, cancer. But women will form a tight network. They'll go and visit and do that. So we will build the strengths of women to get into this leadership space. So what I'm saying is prioritize your well-being. And then I'll leave you with one acronym for well-being. It's called New Start. Has anybody heard of New Start? New Start, okay. So it's 8 acronyms, and it's actually a physician-researched way to succeed in life. And it is nutrition for N, exercise for E, water for W, and water is 60% of the body, the human's body, 60% water. So you eat well, you exercise, you drink enough water, you go out in the sun. Sunlight actually cures a lot of problems. If you're in a darkened room, you may actually feel dark and depressed. Just going out to the sun and just sitting in the sun can change your mood. And so make sure you have enough sunlight, apart from the vitamin D, which is cheaper than going to buy the tablets. And then, of course, temperance, manage your moods. You know, don't be, oh, I'm short-tempered, I'm in a foul mood, you have a period, menopause, excuses. There's no reason why you will be not a dependable person because you are always in a foul mood or you do not know how to temperance yourself. And so this is a very important tool that women must use, emotional intelligence. Men look down on us, or she's pregnant, that's why they're looking for the job, or she's going through menopause, or she has some bad days. So women need to handle this. We actually do better than men if we can handle this. And of course, air. You have to breathe and learn how to do yoga if you know that you're always stressed. And just breathing in and out can actually reduce your blood pressure by 20 top and bottom. As a physician, and I'm still practicing in Canada, where I'm going back to straight away, I notice I tell my patients, breathe 10 deep breaths. Believe me, the blood pressure drops immediately because so short. And I say, they call it white coat syndrome. You're here, you're scared. That's why truly, it's not really white coat. Anytime you're anxious, your blood pressure is high. You are hypertensive most of the day, and that will be damaging all the organs. So air, learn how to breathe, learn how to rest. We don't rest. Women do not want rest. We finish our work, we go and cook, make salad for the man, we're not resting. You need your sleep. Sleep 8 hours is a luxury for some of us, but try your best at least twice a week. Shut everything down. Just sleep. If you cannot sleep, shut your eye. Don't turn on the television. Just be meditating. Just be reciting your rosary. If you're Muslim, press your beads. You know, if you don't believe, do something to calm yourself down. Rest. And the last one is spirituality, trust in God, the T. So I really, really want women to do this New Start every single day. All right? Yes, my self-timer is up. So I'd like you to play a video for me right now. Do you have a video? Please play a video for me right now. Hello? Who's moderating for me? Yes, please. I want you to watch this video. And it's something President Ford said in 1987. Volume. Can you put the volume, please? Or you can read the text.
Have a young lady at some point become president of the United States. I can tell you how I think it will happen. Because it won't happen in the normal course of events. Either the Republican or Democrat political party will nominate a man for president and a woman for vice president. And the woman and man will win. So you'll end up with a president, a male, and a vice president, a female. And in that term of office of the president will die. And the woman will become president under the law or constitution. And once that barrier is broken, from then on, men better be careful. Because they'll have a hard time ever even getting a nomination in the future. But that's the way it's going to happen.
Mr. Ford, what advice would you give a young lady wanting to become president of the United States?
Well, I hope we do have a young lady at some point become president of the United States. I can tell you how I think it will happen.
Okay, explain it again. You can stop that.
Because it won't happen.
We're repeating it. So do you see like he saw tomorrow, right? The only thing that was a mistake he made, thank God Joe Biden did not have to die for Kamala Harris to run. But there was no way he saw a path to a woman getting a major ticket of a major party to even be president of the United States. Voters is a big deal. But luckily for us, there was a he for she. And I think he was actually forced into that situation, but he could have not endorsed her. He could have opened the ticket for them to go and make a meal of her because she's actually Black. Please, let's come from the United States, I beg, because we will learn from them. I believe I have children who are born in the United States, and I've told them to go and register to vote because this is probably the most election for our entire generation. Because he said it in 1987 that once a woman becomes president, they doesn't even think, no, we get the ticket again. But you see what he thinks about how competent women are. Please clap for this situation for us. So as women in politics, I really want to encourage all of us to actually bite the bullet, go for it, go for it, go for it. And if you cannot get it, then be a deputy speaker. Nobody's going to die, but your competence will show. And everybody will see that you can actually do the job. So I'm very pleased about what's happening now in my time because I said I will declare my own intention. Can I? Okay. Some agency, I've said that too. And in Delta State, I believe, as she said, we won the election when it was stolen from us. But, you know, the same way, if you don't want to vote, you go to court. So we went to court and it didn't work out. And now we're running again. I started a political support group, probably some of you are in it, probably one of the most dynamic in Nigeria because it has PDP, APC, LP, no party people. 1,024 is the capacity for us group. That's what my capacity is. Heads of industries are there, CEOs, I don't want to call names like I'm name dropping, but important people are there. And I started this group 2 years ago in 2022 to support my principal, His Excellency Senator Oviedo Marjorie for Governor of Delta State. Now, this is the first time I'm going to say it publicly. I believe we're going to win in 2027. Amen. And I believe he's going to hand over to me as the next governor of Delta State. A woman. Okay? It will not matter again if we're from Urigo, the same tribe, it will not matter because competence will be on the ballot. And I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Please, a bigger round of applause. That was Honorable Professor Rukaya Ogumba. Thank you, ma'am. Another accomplished, another experienced woman sharing her experiences, encouraging us, motivating us. May I have the attention of Chairman Planning Committee, Director Gender Studies, please come up stage. time to present the first batch of appreciation awards, please. We respectfully invite Madam Vice Chancellor, UniBen. She will present the first two awards, the first three awards. Madam Vice Chancellor, please. And the first award here, award of appreciation, goes to our beautiful First Lady of Edo State, Dr. Betsy Obaseki. Please step forward, ma'am, Your Excellency.
She's presenting. Sure. Yes. My darling sister, we can't say thank you enough. So for your contributions to the women development and empowerment in our institution and by extension Edo State, we present to you this wonderful gifts. So please keep this and cherish it. Thank you.
Next, for the award of appreciation, the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, Professor Ogunshola OON.
My darling sister, like they will say, the children will say, we say pass with you. This is a special one. I'm not too good, maybe I need to learn how to. But anyway, my darling sister, we're giving this to you for your inspiring and thought-provoking presentation on leadership and effective self-advocacy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Ogunshola, don't leave yet. Listen to this.
Okay.
So you are going to present the award to your darling sister.
Oh.
This award is from Madam Vice Chancellor UniBen, to be presented by the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos.
Can you imagine? To the courageous, indomitable, vivacious, charismatic, and inspiring leader, Vice Chancellor, and loving friend. On behalf of all of us, I give this to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Madam VC UniBen, don't go away. You still have one more presentation to make this session, as I respectfully invite Professor Ogunshola to step forward, please. Please put your hands together. This is the third batch of presentations. After the second session, there will be another round of presentations. Please put your hands together. Clap, 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 clap.
So my lovely, lovely, charismatic sister, thank you very much. You promised to travel all the way from Canada, and here you are. Thank you for honoring us. And this is just a token of how much we feel about you and your contribution. Go for it. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chancellor. We are going to have a 10-minute tea break. Please, service, start to pass the tea break round. The 10 minutes, we are not stepping out. You can stand. But while that is happening, email theater 2, please come on stage. 10 minutes tea break. Please sit where you are. You will be served where you are. Service, please. Let's be fast about that. You could stand to stretch your leg, some form of blood circulation. But please do not leave the auditorium, otherwise you will miss your item 6. There's going to be item 7. This one is item 6. So in that theater troupe, please perform. Tea break items should be served at this time, please. We are wasting time. Tea break items should be served at this time. We have more than enough to cater for the entire people in this auditorium. Please start now. Tea break items. Yeah, you're
Èpè pàtàkì, èpè pàtàkì, láti èpè pàtàkì, láti èpè pàtàkì, èpè pàtàkì, èpè pàtàkì, so èpè pàtàkì, Thank you very much. Inner theater troupe. Thank you. Come on, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have done well. Please put your hands together for Inner Theater Troupe. Your Excellency, the First Lady, the two best performing Vice Chancellors in Nigeria, please put your hands together. In fact, the three best performing Vice Chancellors in Nigeria. And so we move on to item 13 on the program, which is panel discussion. Women leading the way, stories of resilience and success. Please sit, please sit, please sit. Please sit, no noise at this time. Conference is again called to order. If you do not have any business here, please leave the auditorium. I can see some people moving about at the back. Please leave the auditorium immediately, please. It means we do not have any business here. And I want to believe that we have all been served breakfast. Chairman Planning Committee. Chairman Planning Committee. We have people who are saying, please, if you have not been served, raise your hand. Who is with the regular items?
Please, with the regular items. Okay, let us start. I'll go about that quietly, please. I can assure you. Madam Vice Chancellor, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 panelists and a moderator. The number 1 panelist is renowned for her unwavering advocacy for professional women empowerment and for their increased and meaningful participation in Nigerian politics, rather than taking the back seat. Our delectable First Lady has spoken so well about her, but I will just add that she is the Deputy Speaker of the State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Ebeco. Please move up stage. Put your hands together as she does that. Another panelist. This is a strong woman in a turf considered as the exclusive preserve of men. She was the first female controller in Akwa Ibom Command of the Nigerian Immigration Service. First female. Please put your hands together. And she is today Assistant Controller General, Nigeria Immigration Service Zone G Headquarters, Benin City, Mrs. Francesca Bashir Bakat, PCC. Please put your hands together. No, next one. Thank you. The number 3 panelist is a professor of environmental law, policy and ethics, University of Benin. She works as a researcher in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, having obtained her doctorate degree from the University of Leicester, United Kingdom. She is Professor Ngozi Onyebu. Step forward. Yeah. And then the number 4 panelist, a social development practitioner with over 18 years of experience in working in the not-for-profit sector and has coordinated community projects, skill acquisition projects, and other projects geared towards the empowerment of women and youths. The number 4 panelist, as we've said, is the general manager of the Edo State Social Investment Program, a program that has empowered numerous beneficiaries. Please welcome to the podium Osayuwame Aladeshelu. The session is moderated by Dr. Anwuli Ofuani Sokolo, an associate professor of law, University of Benin, whose research interests tilt towards human rights. Dr. Anwuli Ofuani Sokolo, please put your hands together. Women leading the way, stories of resilience and success. Are you going to take your phone? No, just take it. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome you to this session. I stand on all existing protocol. Today's panel is going to be an interesting one. We have 4 inspiring women who have found their spark in their various fields and have broken boundaries, as we'll see. They are trailblazers. If resilience was a person, it would be these women. Our panel discussion, the title of our panel discussion is Women Leading the Way, Stories of Success and Resilience. I have questions for the panelists. which will show how the determination in face of adversity, courage, of course, resilience. And I hope that each and every one of us will be inspired and learn from their stories. I, for one, am looking forward to hearing from them. And just to add, many of the women are mentors in their own rights. I have had the opportunity to be mentored by Honorable Edeko as a feeder executive in Edo. I was a young lawyer then, and she gave a lot of inspiring words while she was an executive. And Professor Ngozi UniBen is my big sister at the Faculty of Law. Up to last night, she read the proposal I'm submitting for funding opportunity. So she has mentored me up to where I am today as an associate professor, and she keeps mentoring me. She gives words of advice. And I'm sure that each and every one of these women here are also mentors in their own right. So without further ado, I'll move on to the session. I'm going to be asking questions personally to each and every one of them, capturing the theme of our panel discussion. So I'll start with Honorable Edeko. Before I start, just to mention, in case people don't know, Honorable Edeko started as a teacher in Edo State, rose up, read law, became a lecturer in Benson University, where she taught human rights, humanitarian law to undergraduate students. Before pursuing her political career, of course, you have heard that she was a commissioner and now is the deputy speaker of the House. So you can see that she has traversed different roles. And so the questions we're going to be asking her will show, these roles and the challenges and how she overcame these challenges. So my first question, Honorable Man, is, like I said, you have transitioned through various roles, and even as an executive of FIDA, as a lawyer, Can you share some key moments or decisions in your life that shaped your leadership journey today?
Thank you, Vice Chancellor, Your Excellency, the best mother in the world, a mentor, the Vice Chancellor from the University, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be here. This is my alma mater, what I am today. The questions she has asked, the moments, the decisions, they are not things that I contemplated doing. So they were unplanned. They just came by divine inspiration. So I would prefer to say what prepared me for the role, that's the leadership role, the journey. My parental background, I have very strong parents with strong moral value. I went to a very good school. I was raised by Reverend sisters. And my character formation, knowing right and wrong, my philosophy of life, I'm a Marxist, I'm a sociologist. When you look at today, there is no longer ideology in the world. So I have ideology. I'm principled. For me, I would like to say things have, my journey so far, how I got where I am. Because I went to school like every other child. I read education, I read languages, I read public admin, I read law. I prepared myself. But above all, I listened to the word of God. They are tablets in my heart. I do what is right. and I invest in humanity. In investing in humanity, I was discovered. My leadership in FIDA, there is no position I've ever held that I went out consciously that I wanted to occupy that position. That's always been on the invitation of people that saw something in me. Just like the Vice Chancellor from the University of Lagos said, it was not purposeful, and I wanted to become chairperson of FIDA. My colleagues, my peers, they felt I had something in me. So I just like to work, I didn't like holding position. But when I became chairperson of FIDA, where Her Excellency, Mrs. Beni Obaseki, had the first interaction with me, it was my passion for work, my selflessness, my dedication, my commitment. There was the law, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law, to protect women, children, vulnerable persons. I was working on it when she came in before the election in His Excellency's first tenure. And she saw the way I went about it. That was how I found myself a core professional coming into politics or the invitation of Her Excellency, Mrs. Beni Obaseki. So my journey today in politics was my parents, the schools I went to. But Almighty God, Her Excellency, because her parents raised her well, and she had capacity where she has worked. When she saw me, she identified something good in me, which is about mentoring, about women. Do you see something good in a young person and you want to bring it out so that you can excel? Because in politics, you need a heavy weight. And she didn't do it because of any pressure. She did it because she was able to differentiate between right and wrong. His Excellency, the governor, not political patronage. You didn't need to be the daughter or the son of one important person. Are you a poor professional? Do you have something to give to your community? That was how I found myself in this journey that has become my other profession. I have my first profession. I'm a lawyer, a teacher, and I miss being in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So, from what she said, a good background, mentoring, passion for what you do are basically what led her to where she is today. Thank you, Ma. So, as a professional woman in law and politics, you've likely faced some challenges. Please, could you highlight one or two challenges you faced? And then, of course, how you overcame those challenges.
Thank you. I will want to look at the challenges from two perspectives. But before then, I congratulate the organizers of this program. And in future, I think we should have more women, because in academics, we have a lot of women. And like Her Excellency said, we've been trying to go after the professional women to come into politics. If we are able to get a chunk of professional women, we will do very well in politics. The statistics will improve. So going to the challenges, you know, being a teacher in the secondary school, I rose to the level of a principal. UniBen here, my alma mater, the best institution in the world. Yes, because this an institution that made me to work very hard. I worked very hard as a single mother, as a single girl, and as a married woman. Okay, I recall those days, Professor Mrs. Esther Warrior, she was my junior in college. I used to study in her office. Even when I became married, in those my programs, after taking care of my children, and I go to, I bring them from school. My husband was working outside Benin, and I would do the homework with them, clean them up. I would drive back to UniBen because I went to a Catholic school. We were never allowed to read in the dormitory. So the only place I could survive and study is within the classroom. I would drive back to UniBen here to the Department of Chemistry. I read till 12 midnight. And sometimes when I'm not going home, they would have locked the main gate here. I would go to the security men. They came to know me. With my Volkswagen car, when I'm coming home, people hear it. Because nobody knows how you got to where you are. I have my friends here. They will always tell you, Mary, you're always in and out of school. I love education. Now, coming in as a lecturer in the university, I actually, in FIDA, I was a member, I was secretary in FIDA, and I was called to be the chairperson of FIDA. But I'm somebody, like I told you, I was taught from the beginning right and wrong, and I chose that I would like to always do what is right. You know, in Nigeria, it's not very easy. Standing for what is right. People will malign you. People will hate you. So in FIDA, the greatest challenge I had in leadership was trying to make my women to understand the virtue of doing things in accordance with the rule of law. And again, I had an exposure. I'm a teacher of human rights and humanitarian law. And I went to some institutions in Europe where like the European Union, where you have the seat of the European Union. And I read human rights. And I know that for women, children, there were some challenges I came across, like issue of drug abuse amongst children as a lecturer. And I try to sometimes, when we want to have seminars, like she was talking about being autocratic, sometimes you could be autocratic because nobody will remember who was the vice chairperson in your cabinet, who was the secretary. Your name will be remembered. So I already saw some challenges in our community that I wanted to address. When I come up with such topic as theme for our annual week, women will protest. They will say no. This chairperson says she wants to impose her will on us. But because I didn't have personal interest, I knew it was for the good of my community. At such time, I will insist that my women in FIDA are beautiful women, the best women in the world. They always come out at the end to say, sir, chair, we never saw it this way. So it was a challenge. But when you are trying to do good, talk to people, let them understand within the ambit of love, I am sure you'll be able to find solution. The legislative a male-dominated world, a culturally disoriented community is a huge problem. If you watch I don't even know whether the bothered last week to share it, I had a big challenge in the house. What was it? Every bill that comes to the State House of Assembly, as of today, the 21st century, you will hear the position of the leader, the head of a group, they will say chairman. I told them today we are using neutral words, gender neutral nomenclature. Chairperson, you no longer say chairman because I went to check the definition of a chairman. It's a man that occupies that position of authority. Because of my study, all the grammar I spoke on the floor, so they muscle me. And when I started shouting, oh, international community, come and see what is happening in the 8th Assembly. They shut the camera. They shut me down. Those are the problems you find when you work in such a community. And that is why we need more women professionals to come on board into politics. But you know, I'm not daunted. I'm going to continue to carry out the seminars. I will invite international organizations to come to speak to them. But it is not easy. It's a battle. It's a fight because it's power struggle. Nobody gives up power voluntarily. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, to AGC Francisca Dakat. Before I go, let me just say 1 or 2 words about AGC Francisca Dakat for us to know how she has broken boundaries. So one of the things I want to say is that she started her service with the Nigerian Immigration Service in 1990, and she has served in various capacities, including the 7th Command Force at the Immigration Command and Staff College in Sokoto. Of course, she has worked in various sections, formations, units, in various commands, and she was previously the controller of the free zone and first woman who rose to the rank of Assistant Controller General. So AGC Dakat, there is a lot to say about it, but let me just put that out there. What inspired you to pursue a career? Because in the immigration service.
Good afternoon. VC, Mrs. Salami. Good afternoon. Our First Lady, Mrs. Obasiki. Good afternoon. Two Vice Chancellors of Lagos and Delta. I am in charge of 5 states. That is Edo, Delta, Anambra, Bayelsa, Enugu. Yes, I supervise those 5 states. Honestly, it's never easy. But the truth is that, just as my sister said, I was raised by the Catholic, from Catholic background. My own brother was a Reverend Father. He died after 22 years. My own auntie was a Reverend Sister for 17 years before she died. So that background shaped one to kind of go through any vigorous persecution, whatever, as you grow in the service. When we join the service, you know, they make it look like you cannot pass a certain rank. But we told them, no, we will get to the peak of the career. And let me tell you, immigration is the only service that the women has broken the barrier. We've had successive controller generals. Right now, our controller general is a female. And she is out of the many men. That's the only organization that has gotten up to 28% of female in the service. And because of the way we work, the former minister, Busola said, if he had his way, he would prefer all the controllers of the state to be female because of the way the females wherever posted. Right now, the lady I mentioned is the first controller of River State Command. No. And she's doing very well. There is no way the female does not get because okay. There's no way the female will not get persecuted by the men because they always believe the job belongs to them. Like when I got to Akwa Ibom, they told me that being the first female, and the men have done it all. What can you do? And I said, well, I will put a feminine touch to whatever the men have done. And honestly, at the end of the day, the then governor had to confess to me that, oh, when they posted a female, that he almost insisted that I should not come because he didn't believe that I would do well. But at the end of the day, I became his best. And till today, it created relationship between us and them, and we're in good terms. The present governor, when I got promoted and was to leave the state, he had to organize a dinner for me because I came and changed a lot of things there. When I got there, the female officers were not thinking about going forward. My orderly is one of them. I ensured that they all went to school. I said, no, you have to move. You have to add value to yourself. Because as I am, I have a degree in sociology, and I had my master's in peace and conflict resolution. I still had to go and do diploma in mass communication. I'm right now undergoing diplomacy. So you have to diversify. I even also has a nursing certificate. I have a nursing certificate because I was thinking of, yes, I was thinking of running out of the country. So I went for that. And honestly, it assisted me so much to help the female officers because there were two that were employed some years back. And the ladies came crying that they got married, one 10 years, one 12 years. They had never been pregnant. That was the time they got pregnant, when they were employed. And they were not supposed to be employed with pregnancy because of the training. So I had to cover them. I wrote a report that they were not pregnant. And, and today, yes, I told that lie, but it's to save their job. And then, honestly, we try as much as possible to assist one another.
Thank you so much, ma. Coming to my sister Prof, resilience is a key theme of today's discussion. So what are your strategies for staying motivated or focused in the face of adversity in the university environment, in academia, and in international research? Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, co-panelists, everyone, good afternoon. I'm sure I'm supposed to give straightforward answers with my personal experiences. Yes, right? Please. Yes. That's exactly what I'm going to do. But before I answer your question, sorry, I was having a discussion with my sister's husband yesterday about this particular conference, and he was curious about the Vice Chancellor. He's an alumnus, the Vice Chancellor of University of Benin, current Vice Chancellor. And I said a few things about the current Vice Chancellor and the theme of this conference. And then he went, your current Vice Chancellor must have her spark in place. I said, no, she's a spark. She's a spark. Yes, I tell you why I said that. She's a spark because she's intentional about surrounding herself with people who are results-oriented. And it takes only a forward-looking person to do that. It takes only a transformational-minded person to do that. Please join me to honor my Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm not giving to flattery, so I meant what I said. Okay, so in answering the question about resilience, resilience has everything to do with perspectives and purpose. perspectives because of your attitude, and purpose because as you go along the way, you have to keep asking yourself why you are doing this. You have to keep putting the big picture in front of you. Life is not without challenges. There are always excuses, legitimate excuses to drop off, right? But the perspective aspect is when you convert these challenges to opportunities, and that is what I have learned to do along the way. So I'll start by saying I grip myself, I keep my focus by converting many, many tasks that I have to manageable steps. I remind myself of what my purpose is, what my major objective is. And then secondly, I draw strength from my support system, my family, my colleagues, my peers, my mentors. And then thirdly, I draw strength and inspiration too from my faith because it keeps me grounded. Now, this is how I have converted my challenges to opportunities. I'll first of all start by giving an example of my mom, because I might not be in a very good place to give counsel to people who are much older than me. Maybe it's a presumption, I don't know. But my mom is an employer of labor, and she has been doing this for as long as I can remember. When we were younger, my mom used to leave the house at 7:45, not after, to work. And she returns at 6:30. So the question we always asked her was, why are you always leaving the house so early? She did that up to about 5 years ago, and she's over 70. Why are you always leaving the house so early? And her response was, I want to catch latecomers. That was then. And then after some time, we kept seeing my mom in the house. You call her, she's at home at 8:30. She's at home at 9 a.m. And you're asking her, no more latecomers. Have they stopped coming late? And then she tells you, I want to take my time. So we told her that it's more like you're getting old. Your priorities have changed. Now, what's my point? My point is, as you get older, the level of your energy diminishes. But your spark should remain. Something should keep driving you. Is she still doing what she was doing? Yes. Why is she doing that? Has she not had challenges? My mom is one person who has seen humongous challenges. I mean, challenges enough for her to resign until her maker calls her. But we see her driven. And one thing I'm sure drives her is that passion to spread goodwill. It drives her, and she has been consistent in what she does. My second example on resilience, your perspective and your purpose, is my PhD journey. I started my PhD journey that looked like a very dark road. I mean, it was very, very dark. The kind of challenges I had when I started my PhD were both internal and external. I'm sure internally you understand what I mean. You're struggling to find yourself. You're wondering, should you go, should you continue, and so on, and all sorts of psychological challenges being thrown at you. And external challenges, funding, and all of that. Now, I got to a point in the course of my PhD where I had actually submitted up to chapter 4. And at the time I submitted chapter 4, my supervisor called me one day and said, honestly, I thought he was going to give me feedback. And then he called me and said, okay, you know what? There are several feedbacks or several outcomes, after you have done a PhD defense. And one of them is outright fail. So he was encouraging me to take heart if I failed. He wasn't giving me any hope that I was going to pass.
Now, that was daunting enough and very overwhelming because I thought I had done well because I'd submitted up to chapter 4. So I had to go back and ask myself a few questions. Why exactly am I doing this? I mean, these are challenges. Am I going to allow them overwhelm me, or I'm going to allow them drive me? So I told myself it's either of two things. In the next couple of years, if I get waged through these challenges, I'm going to enjoy the benefits for a long time to come. But if I give in to the challenges, I'm going to suffer the consequences probably for the rest of my life. And I decided to start all over again. My chapters. I went straight back to chapter 1 to start writing. And when I picked up all the 4 chapters that I had submitted previously, I was ashamed of myself. This is because of a new mindset. I was ashamed of myself, so ashamed that at that stage, if I were to grade myself, award myself, I would have failed myself, my own self. So I started all over again from chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then on, and I submitted. Ladies and, I don't know, they're gentlemen here? Good. I went through my defense with 2 external examiners. It was very tough, but I went like a wounded lion because I had spoken to myself. And trust me, the feedback was fantastic. It was fantastic. The result was fantastic, not because I'm very intelligent, but because I made up my mind to wade through or turn my challenges into opportunities. Only, I'm very sorry, I hope I haven't spoken too long. Thank you, Prof.
Our next panelist, Ms. Yua. Oloro talked about balancing your personal life and your well-being. So that's my question for you. In your role as general manager of the social investment program, and of course the social developer who deals with vulnerable people, it can be tasking, right? So how do you balance your personal well-being with your professional responsibilities, both as a social developer and as a leader in the Edo State parastatal?
Thank you. Good morning, I hope it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, Vice Chancellor of this great University of Benin and the First Lady of Edo State. I'd like to stand on already established protocols. I'm proud to be an alumnus of this great university, doing my first degree here, my second degree here, and also pursuing my PhD here. So it gives me, this is a real opportunity, a very wonderful opportunity that I have today to be invited to speak here. Yes, as a social development practitioner and the kind of person, my personality, I came from a family of hard workers. My mom, Reverend Dr. Nosala Adeshodo, is a workaholic. I think she took it from her mother, who is 91 years old this October and still going to the farm. In fact, you had to keep her in the room so that she rests. And then I've had that. My mom is my mentor, and I worked with her in her NGO years ago. And so I developed that. And even in church, I like to work. And I brought that into my space right from when I started working in her NGO. I moved to Tiwa Danjuma Foundation. I moved to World Bank Assisted Project before I moved into the Edo State government. And I said, when I got into the social investment program, I was the youngest person in the country that was a focal person. And I knew that it was a huge tax, but I knew that I could take that tax on. And so when I got in, we had only one program in Edo State. And I made sure that as of today, Edo State has about 7 programs that are effective in Edo State. And Edo State is the only state that has a state-owned program. Every other state has the federal government program. And so I work, and sometimes my staff know this. Even on Monday mornings, I get to the office sometimes 7 or 7:30 because I want to produce results. But I realized that even though you want to work hard, you're getting younger by the day, and I tell people that, yes, people say, you work hard, and I say, yes, I'm young, and the greatest resource of the youth is his or her energy. I said, this is the time to do it now, because a time will come, I will not have this strength. I may have the passion, I may have the zeal, I may not have the strength. But I also realized that in the generation that we are in, we're not in my grandmother's generation, we're not in my mother's generation, we're in the microwave generation. We eat everything fast, we eat any kind of food. So even our health issues are quite different. Some of the issues that our parents had maybe when at their 60s, we're already having them at 30s. So I realized that I was putting a lot of stress on me. And so I had to impute what I call a rest plan. I did have a rest plan. I had to tell myself that after a certain time, you need to rest. Then I also increased my exercise. When I started my exercise, sometimes I found out that I was going late. So what I do is that I will wake up early, do the exercise before I go to work, apart from Saturdays. And also got some persons to come and speak to me and my staff on how to improve your health and well-being as a young person, even as somebody who works in the social development space, always traveling, always meeting people, but you have to stay alive to help people. And that's what I did. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're about to round up our session. We'll head from I don't want to use the word, but I'll use it, horse's mouths. Just briefly, please, very briefly, I want each and every one of you to advise young ladies, and even, not necessarily young ladies, women who are aspiring to come into your various fields. What will your advice be to them in just very few seconds? I'll start with AGC Dakat. What will your advice be to young women, considering the cultural challenges and everything? What will your advice be to them in getting into the immigration space?
Honestly, my advice is that we should move forward and take over the job from the men. Because
how, ma?
Yes, as you join the service, you develop yourself and ensure that you do your work. So many will say because they are giving birth, they disappear. You will not see them at work again because they are giving birth. Honestly, there was a day I was in the office. What work? I was pregnant. I dropped from the office to the hospital. Then, but the following day, I was in the office. Yes. Because they needed that part of the brief. They were traveling for a conference in China. So I needed to finish that job. So I went to the office, finished it, and went back home. So it's not like giving birth is not sickness. So that is what brings down our women. Please let us ensure that we leave that part and behave like them.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Deko, politicians, young aspiring politicians, briefly, please, ma'am.
Thank you. I think we're already doing what we ought to do, bringing women professionals into politics. Hard work is very important. And again, there are already laws, for example, that all these cultural barriers for women to know that there are laws, but we don't even, go to the law. So to get into politics, you've got to be part of the political process. Don't be afraid. The people you are going to play politics with, they are your cousins, they are your brothers. The so-called midnight meeting is to drive you away. Even if they are having meeting in the midnight, you are there with your cousins and your family members. So you work hard, come out, and you will see. By the special grace of God, we are hoping we'll be able to have constitutional amendments that will give women special slots. That again
will help us and will leverage.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so my final words are be at peace with yourself, align yourself with women that have similar ideologies and values with you, enhance your value, make sure that your work makes you stand out, and keep pressing. Keep pressing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Viewer, thank you. My boss, Governor Obaseki, once told me that your life is determined by what you know and who you know. So I will encourage them, develop yourself. I read a lot of books, I do a lot of courses, develop your networks. And for me as a Christian, the greatest network you have is God. I'm a woman whose life has been guided by God, and He has led me thus far, and He's the one keeping me. So it's important that you keep that relationship. When you develop yourself and you have a lot in your head, many people that you want to meet to join your network would want to be in your network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there you have it. You've heard from women leaders in various fields talk about overcoming challenges, how to balance your personal life and your work life, staying focused in the face of adversity. Just to add one thing before I go, sometimes just showing up can make a difference. What do I mean? Please, can you just say something? While I was rounding up my PhD, I was pregnant, and I know that a lot of pregnancy stories coming up, but the fact is that women navigate motherhood along with their profession. Please, don't be like, ma'am, some of us are not that strong where we can drive ourselves and come to work. So that particular day, I was running a seminar with my supervisor. I woke up that morning feeling very ill. I didn't feel like wearing clothes. I didn't feel like going anywhere. And the first thing that came to my mind was, make an excuse. After all, you're pregnant. And your supervisor, men always understand this thing anyways. But on the second thought, I was like, this man took a responsibility. We have 5 students of his. And somehow, he gave me the responsibility of organizing this seminar. So I wore the ugliest cloth I had because I wanted to be free, no makeup. I looked terrible. Everybody told me I looked terrible, but I showed up. And I didn't know he noticed. You know, after the seminar, he called me aside and said that he was very proud of me that I showed up. And that seeing me, he has never really thought about the journeys or the different difficulties women have to, navigate when they are going through their career. You showed up this morning, obviously pregnant. You didn't look your best. I sat most of the presentation, but I did my work, and he said, because of me, he started thinking about roles, what women go through as a woman, because for him, he just wore his clothes and he showed up, and he has never been pregnant. And he said he even made him think of his wife. He's currently running a program. Yes, she makes sure there's food for everyone in the house before she goes out. Meanwhile, when he was doing his PhD, he locked himself in the study. Food will be there. His wife will pass water for him to go. So you understand? So sometimes showing up until today, he's still one of my greatest collaborators. There's nothing Professor is not doing that I will not be invited for in South Africa. So just showing up and you're doing your work in the way, you may not be in the best frame of mind, but just doing your work as a woman can make the difference. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists. This has been inspirational hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, Dr. Sokolo. Thank you very much, panelists. Please put your hands together again and applaud these wonderful women, strong women, telling us stories of resilience. Thank you. After the lecture, please. We just have another lecture after that, please. Thank you. There will be the second session of awards presentation, but after this equally important lecture is the last lecture for the day. Remember, tomorrow is day 2, taking place at the Senate Chamber of the University of Benin. There will be lunch after this lecture, so don't go away. Igniting Your Inner Spark, Path to Personal Empowerment is the title of this lecture. and the speaker was appointed a professor in 2009. She is the second female professor of computer science in the whole of Nigeria. Let's put your hands together. Why are we not clapping? How many professors of computer science do we have? The major professional in this technological age. This brilliant and astute academic is an expert in areas that are considered the exclusive reserve of men. The former head of Computer Center at the Ambrose Ali University, Ekoma, former director, Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer Office, University of Benin. She has been found worthy and was appointed Pioneer Vice Chancellor of the University of Delta, Agro. The position she occupies till date, it's my pleasure to invite to take the podium Professor Ben Stella Chimeye Chiemeko.
Hi, Excellency, the First Lady of Edo State, our own role model, Dr. Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, the first Vice Chancellor in Nigeria, my own Vice Chancellor, ever smiling, Professor Union Umwetiyan Salami, and my own Vice Chancellor, because I went to University of Lagos, first and second degree. Professor Folashade Ogushola, the Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos. All other protocols duly observed. The title of my presentation is Igniting Your Inner Spark, Part 2, Personal Empowerment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I started my career, early career in University of Benin. And I rose from being a lecturer in charge in computer science department, a position I served for a year and then became acting head of department computer science. In computer science department, University of Benin, I'm the first female professor of computer science in University of Benin. From there, I was now made director, CRPU, ICTU, first director, CRPU, ICTU. People will be wondering how. Here before then, we had two directorates, the Directorate of Central Processing Unit and the Directorate of Networking Unit. But when I was appointed as the director, these two directorates were merged as one. And so people wondered, is she going to be able to do that? But one important thing is to have people that are there, that are ready to work with you, both male and female. So I really want to cherish all those moments in CRPU, ICTU. I served for 4 years, and there, that was when the University of Benin we got first in the metric twice. And also, I want to appreciate the chairperson, planning committee and her team. I know the reason why they asked me to come and speak is because they knew me from the department, most especially in my darkest moment when I lost my husband in 2003. In 2003, let me just go straight to that because a lot have been said about from the lecture we had in the morning from my vice chancellor and all the panelists. They've said a lot about empowering women. And so I want to go into that darkest moment.
That is my story. In that 2003, I just, and that's 2003 October, I defended my PhD. In November, my husband died. And so it was as if the whole world came to an end. And then I was in a department where the men were more. We started initially maths and computer science, myself and Professor Mrs. Ebokare, we were the only female then. But one way or the other, we were able to maneuver until there was a split between maths and computer science. So we now have maths department, we now have computer science department. And so it was from there I was now made the lecturer in charge of that department. But one thing that kept me going is that, yes, you are the first professor of computer science in the Department of Computer Science. And then standing alone also is not the best. And so what I did was to ensure that I also encourage the young women. And today, most of the women that we all started together, they are all professors of computer science. And so I want to really appreciate them. And so during these darkest moments, navigating the personal challenges was really indeed very difficult. We have the family problem. You have the worst problem, the in-laws problem, where they have to now carry you and your children and say you must leave the house. And so all those things were what gave me that spark, that I needed to struggle. I needed to take care of these children. I needed to balance between my lecturing job, my home front, and then every other thing, my career. And so balancing multiple roles. The women here, one way or the other, we are passed through a lot of challenges, marital challenges, different types of challenges, but God has always helped us to be focused. Once you are focused, you surmount it, and then you navigate through it, and then you'll be able to do that. So juggling the demands of personal and professional responsibility can also be daunting, but one way or the other, you navigate around it. What matters is being focused and being ready to move on. And then overcoming self-doubt. You know, we women, we doubt ourselves. Can we do it? Do I have the strength to do it? The men are always doing this. One thing you should know is never to compare yourself with anybody. Just believe in yourself that you can do it. And once you do that, you'll be able to go a long way. And so some of the things also for us to progress is that you must ensure that you take whatever you want to do, be passionate about it. Be it your career, be it your lecturing, whatever, be passionate about it. And then the last is maintaining faith amid adversity. Like the panelist said, one of the panelists said, your faith matters a lot. You know, during that challenge is what most of the time will make you return back to balance yourself is your faith in God. Believe in God and be hopeful. And so the thing there is, when we are faced with challenges, how do you take it? How do you respond to those challenges? If you can see the picture here, you see a little boy. You will know the type of house this child is from. You know that they have a lot of problems. There is no pipeline water, and so they have to pump water to be able to get water. But in that type of challenge, you can see how excited this child is. And so you are not defined by what goes around you, but what goes inside you. So women, you need to find that spark. Sometimes your friends can also assist you to find that spark. If I go back again to memory lane, at that time, I made up my mind that in every year, I will go for 3 conferences to build up my papers. I'll go for local conference, national conference, and international conference. And when it came to the one of the international conference, I didn't even know how to go about it. And then Professor Mrs. Jiri Ajayi, a beautiful sister, we sat together and she said, It's not the way you just write science and you are writing. This one, you must explain practical. And so she's one of those that also enabled me to see that spark in me that made me to grow to where I am today. What are those lessons that I learned in this journey? There are so many things, but these are the three important areas I really want to talk about, which is, first one is embracing self-acceptance. That's one of the most important lessons that I learned. You must embrace yourself. You must love yourself. You must cherish yourself. You must believe in yourself that you can do it. If the men can, you can do it. Most times you see women criticizing themselves. Oh, no, he has all the he has all the money, so he can go about it. No, I cannot do it. No, love yourself, believe in yourself, and accept it that you can do it. The second one is cultivating gratitude. The Lord says in everything we should give him thanks. That you are alive today, always remember to show gratitude. That you are wherever you are today, always remember to show gratitude to God. So that's another crucial lesson that I learned, that I mean the problem. Most times when I just face this challenge by giving gratitude to God, be happy about the things around you. You will see that those challenges will just face off. And then the third one is to harness perseverance and faith. Perseverance and faith have been my cornerstone. My faith in God. When it comes to moving around, anywhere that I go and there is something to do in the church, something to do like encouraging women, encouraging the younger ones, I must always be there. That is believing that with God, all things are possible. Another area is the importance of supportive community. As women, we must come together. We can strengthen ourselves together. If I have a problem and I'm able to share with my fellow women, you will find out that before you know it, that problem will just face off. So one of the things is the strength of community and creative support. Building and nurturing a supportive network of women not only provides emotional reinforcement, but also creates a powerful collective force for change. The second one is drawing strength from stories of others. Today we are here, we have seen the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, we have seen Her Excellency, they've all told their own story, even our own Professor Mrs. Imetinya Salami. Right from when I was lecturer in charge, she has always been a role model. I always follow her. Most times we go to a meeting, we tell her we are following you. There is something about her. Anywhere she is, you'll see how she wants to fight for the women. Even in this committee of vice chancellors, when we go and we see her in that front seat, the men, they can't do us anything because she's always there to chest out for us. So that's drawing strength from stories of other women. There are so many other women outside this country, within Nigeria, even in this university. A lot of our women, one thing I admire about Madame's her own regime is that there's hardly anywhere you go to, you will not see a female dean, you will not see female HOD, you will not see female director of this, female this. One way or the other, she's gathering them up together. And so we look forward to the Vice Chancellor race, those who will come out and chest out that, Madam, I'm sure you'll be behind them. Chest out, we can do it also. If our own Professor Mrs. Salami has come on, I mean, when she's moving, it appears that everybody will be saying there is a lot of problem, but you can never see her look ruffled that there is problem, but she's doing it one way or the other. So we must draw strength from the stories of others who have made it. And then the third one is celebrating each other's achievements. Women, learn to celebrate yourselves. Sometimes you see some they will gather because they don't know, just like we were told this morning, some people just say things, they don't even know you. They are not very close to you. They just heard from one person, and then that's what you know from one person to another and so on. celebrate whoever is there, so that when it gets to your own turn, you will equally be celebrated. So we must recognize and celebrate the success of others, so that by the special grace of God, God Almighty will strengthen you and also renew your strength to succeed and empower you. The power of women in academics. The first is leading with expertise. The women academics, they are increasingly contributing to groundbreaking research. If you take a look at the researches that are conducted by women, go and check the history. Theirs is always different, because you see them bringing their motherly role, they bring that family, the way they treat their children at home, the way they conduct everything around them. We understand, they bring it into research. So their own research is top notch. Compare our research to the research of men. Am I lying? The second one is navigating challenges. So despite unique challenges in academia, such as balancing your research, balancing your home front, balancing your personal responsibility, you must continue to be that barrier and excel. We have always done it. A lot of women in this room have done it. They have excelled. The younger ones learn from their own story. Then the third one is creating impactful change. Creating impactful change. Women in academia often lead initiatives that address their personal societal issues, from gender equality to environmental sustainability. That's what I discussed the last time. And then finally, mentoring and inspiring women. Women in academia, we need to mentor the young ones. We need to ensure that people are coming around. Like I just said, the Vice Chancellor surrounded herself with so many women. Why? Because she's empowering them one way or the other. She's pushing them one way or the other, so that in future they also can rise up. Because she will not want to be the only one, the one-time Vice Chancellor. No, she wants to also be hearing, female Vice Chancellor also came after her. So we must mentor the young ones. A majority of the things that I do in the university, let me start with being a rector. When I left intellectual property as a director, I was made the rector of Delta State Polytechnic of Gashuku. It was not an easy journey. That was my first time, where the whole leaders, the senior lecturers, chief lecturers, they were all men, no women. And so the first thing I did was to create the women gender studies, where the women came together and then they started discussing how they can help themselves. But what was their challenges? A lot of them thought they cannot go for their PhD because they are in Polytechnic. So the first thing was to ensure that they all go out to take funds to go for their PhD. And that helped them. Before I left, a lot of them have already gotten their PhD and then started making them head of department, director of this, dean of that, and that encouraged them that even up till today, they still send text messages to appreciate that move that I made. Now, coming to University of Delta Agbo, the same thing. The men will say, her own is too much, pushing them too hard. Because anywhere I go is ICT. I cannot be a professor of computer science and be running an analog system. So each time you see the lecturers, they are all complaining. She's pushing them too hard. She's always disturbing them, upload, download, type. So the union came together and said, Madam, you cannot force us to be doing a job of a typist. That is the typist that should type their result. And I said, how can a lecturer teach? You mark, somebody will go and type that result for you. No. You teach, you mark, you record, you upload. If possible, download again. So, and if you go to University of Delta Agbo, everybody have now embraced technology. Why? Because if you go online, Artificial intelligence is doing so many things. With artificial intelligence, it's not changing the rule of things, even the rule of teaching and learning. And so if you don't follow the trend, then you will not be able to match up with the recent century. So I want to conclude by looking at the title, Lightening the Path Forward. My dear friends and colleagues, I know that the path towards personal empowerment is not an easy one. It's a daunting one. But what matters most is your inner drive. You must have that spark. That spark is in you. So you must embrace yourself. Take it that you can do it, that there's nothing impossible with God on your side. So there will be challenges, there will be setbacks, and there will be moments when you feel like giving up. I want to urge you to remember the power that lies within you. That power, that divine power, that divine spark, all you need to do is to keep fanning the flame. Keep fanning the flame. And this morning we were told that one of the ways to keep fanning the flame is by reading books. Empower yourself. Learn new skills. Be up to date as to what goes on online so that you are not left behind. Oh, even as computer scientists, you must also continue to learn because every day by day there are new technologies that we even do not know. So we learn. We must encourage ourselves to always listen to webinars. Anything that can upgrade your skill, anything that can make you happy. By the time you do that, you see that you are marching on, and then you are rising up with your head high up. So I want to urge everyone to remember that power, and then we should keep fanning. For those of us that have gotten there, continue to fan that flame, because I desire that at the end of my own vice chancellor, I want to see in Aso Rock. Fan the flame. Keep fanning the flame. Is it not possible? So remember that you are not alone in the journey. So many of the women that spoke, they have told us. There are countless women, both here in the room and around the world, who are we walking the same path and striving towards the same goal of personal empowerment. And so by supporting one another, lifting each other up, and celebrating each other's victories, we can create a powerful movement that will inspire and empower generations to come. So I want to charge every one of us today. Take a moment to reflect on the spark that is within you, the power that resides in you, in the depths of your soul. Keep fanning that flame of the spark. Nurture it and let it guide us on the path towards personal empowerment. So finally, I leave us with this word. When you are successful, you forget every suffer, challenge, or shame you endured. If not for yourself, succeed because of your children, succeed because of your generation, succeed because of humanity. See you at the top. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chancellor. Another round of applause. Vice Chancellor, University of Delta, Agbo, talking about igniting our inner spark. Now, we have just a few minutes and we'll give the floor to just two persons for questions. One question from this side, one question from the other side of the auditorium. Women leaders are still with us here, so any of them can take up the question. Please, who is there to take the microphone downstairs? Dorcas, please take the microphone. Thank you. Take the microphone. Yes. So 2 questions, one from either side. One from this side, that's to my right, the other to my left. Any question? If we do not have questions, then it's clear what is happening. Well, if day 2 tomorrow, we can still ask questions tomorrow. Don't force any microphone on anyone. Oh, he's a man. Oh, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Thank you, sir. So your question, please, very brief.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am my name Sulaiman Abdulfatah. I'm from Kwara State. During the panel section, I have some questions that I wanted to ask, but thank you for this opportunity. My first question is this. The deputy speaker, who is a panelist, says something about masses. And I think being a masses, that's a challenge already. So, and I feel like there will be a particular situation whereby there will be a situation whereby you feel like giving up when you have a lot of challenges that as a woman, because that masses is actually carried a lot of things. So how is she able to actually move on despite all the challenges of being a masses? And the second question I wanted to ask is, a panelist talk about finding your purpose in life. So as a lady, or as a 21st century lady that I was enabled to find my purpose, how will I discover my purpose in life so that I can actually develop on it and become the kind of person I want to become in life? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please permit me to ask, are you married? You are not married. I thought you were asking the question for your wife.
Actually, I'm asking this question
for your sister.
Yes, for my sister, my mother.
So please, Right Honorable Edeko, please just respond briefly to his 2 questions. Bring microphone to her. Another woman leader will answer question. Yes, ma'am. Please briefly, ma'am.
Yeah, Your Excellency, the Vice Chancellor's here. Thank you, my dear friend. You see, being a Marxist, having an ideology, being principled, your value, they have to be, a kind of tablets. That is who you are. So you're going to have challenges. People will want to change you. That's why the country is moving in a different direction from what we want. Because 95% of our Nigerians want good life. The people love the other dividend of wrongdoing. So that is why sometimes I prefer a principled person to a religious person. Standing by what you believe in, no matter whose cause is God. At the end of the day, you will see that you will get to the top because it's a divine thing. Like I tell people, I'm a divine project, irrespective of those distractions, even those that are persecuting you, they will come at the end of the time, they will tell you, well done, because you stood for what is right. Thank you. Now, finding your purpose in life, I believe, what is your purpose? I just spoke to a young person just now. You must, first of all, have proper upbringing, your education. You want to become something. You want to be a politician. There are criteria for doing any profession you want to belong to. So you work in line with the set criteria for achieving that purpose. And you will see, by the special grace of God, you'll be able to do that. And sometimes, the first question she asked me, how did I find myself where I am now? Is divine. I can tell you, I work very hard, but hard work alone can't take me there. But somebody identified me, Her Excellency. And today, I'm the first woman commissioner from my local government. I'm the first woman parliamentarian from my local government. If it's not God, tell me what is this? That is why what I always do, I do things that glorifies God. Because if you are doing one thing right and you are winning, keep to it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please, I want to make an observation. Why are we not serving the personalities in front? We are starting from the middle. And there was a hiccup there. Augusta, Please, how many packs did you collect? Please, distribute. You are entitled to just one. I'm sure you didn't even pay for the conference. Please just take one. The other two, give to other people, please. And please, personalities in front, let's serve them. What's happening? What's happening, please? Other, those extra two, please give to the other people. I'm still watching you. And so please, one question from this side. It's not right, it's not fair. Madam, please ask your question.
Thank you very much. Mine is not just a question.
Seven, be diligent. Be diligent. You can't three packs and give to one person. Be diligent, please. Be conscientious.
Can I continue?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Mine is not just a question, it's an observation, and it affects us as women and mothers. We are talking about finding sparks for the female child. But as mothers, most families bring up their children differentiating between the male child and their female child, and it starts from the home. The professor that asks our BC to serve tea is because at home, when they're on the table, it's a female, even if it's the older sister, that will serve the tea. And no mother will call the son to get up and serve tea. So they see it as a norm. That's how it should be. But if us as women start from our house, not to differentiate between our male son, our male child, and the female child, things will start changing. I remember in my family, my son.
Please, question, ma'am. So
we should start changing our attitudes from home. That's the only way the community will change. If we don't, it will continue that way. Thank you.
Please, who has a question? Please, thank you, ma'am. Who has a question? Just one person. Question. We'll leave remarks for tomorrow. We're all still here tomorrow. Tomorrow, please. We're all still here. We need to leave now.
Thank you. My name is Wilson from Niger Delta University. Concerning the issue of women academics, especially when it has to do with ICT, we noticed that some of us that started maybe in the early 90s, there's this kind of divide when it has to do with how to use some of this. So when it has to do with the present situation, some of us before now give our students or maybe our children to help us. Someone do this for me. How do we really go back to see how we can bridge the gap, to see how we can flow along with our many colleagues, more especially looking at this same issue of background. When we were small, maybe anything electricity, ICT, electronics, we are not allowed to touch. How do we really do that? Thank you.
Please bring the microphone to the UNILAG VC. Thank you, ma'am. Fast.
I'm answering. I think that's a great question. You can only know how to do it by doing it. I will give you a little story that shows it. I did my PhD in Cardiff in the 1990s. And at that time, computers were new. I had been taught how to use the computer 3 times. Each time they taught me, I forgot because I wasn't doing it and using it. So when I got there, they gave me this small computer. And at that time, everything I wanted to do was control something X. You have to learn all those codes. So when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, hey, if I press this button, it will just erase. Till the man told me, I said, Shade, the computer is idiot-proof. I thought he's calling me an idiot. The bottom line really was, I then went on using it every day. The point is, use it. Get your computer out, press it one button at a time. Even if it takes you forever, one day you'll be fast. You cannot get to know it by avoiding it. So keep doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chancellor. Now it's time for the second batch of awards of appreciation. Please, the service is not going well. Madam Dr. Oriazawala, please, ma'am. The second row, they don't have refreshment yet. The third row do not have refreshment yet. The fourth row does not have. Please do that now, please. Please, provision has been made. Provision adequate has been made. Please get the people to serve correctly. Thank you, ma'am. So the second batch of awards, I want to respectfully invite the First Lady of Edo State. She will do the presentations. Chairman, Planning Committee, please help. And then the first award will be given to the Vice Chancellor, University of Delta, Professor Stella Chiemeke. Congratulations, Prof. This is for your presentation on igniting your inner spark, paths to personal empowerment. And you gave us a brilliant presentation. Thank you, well done. Thank you, thank you. Next, this is from Sister Dakat. Please come forward. Her Excellency will also make the presentation. Thank you, ma'am. They're taking pictures with the VC, the panel. No, there's one that has difficulty going up and down. Okay, yes, Her Excellency. Thank you. Thank you. So please, other panelists, join. Professor Ngozi UniBen, please come up. Professor Yuame Aladoselu, please come up. Oh, Right Honorable Maria Adeko, pardon me, please come up. Thank you. Please come up now, please. Yes, Madam Controller, congratulations and thank you for your very valuable contributions on the panel discussion. Well done, thank you. So don't go taking pictures. Professor Ngozi Finette, unusual name, Unigwe. Congratulations and thanks again for your valuable insights. Are you related? Deputy Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, congratulations and thank you again for your participation. Thank you, Mommy. I was wanting to whisper something to my ears. Congrats and well done. Yua is what I know her as, but I love your full name. Osayunwa Mamwe Aladashelu. Congratulations again, and thank you on behalf of the Vice Chancellor for participating in the panel discussions. Thank you. I think Madam Vice Chancellor has to be called up here to take pictures with her panelists. Yeah. Sorry, ma. Sorry, ma. You pose with them. Please, ma'am. Madam Vice Chancellor, the three Vice Chancellors, please. The three Vice Chancellors. Yes. Madam Moderator, please join. Please join. Dr. Fine, yes. First. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. Please, ma'am, First Lady and the three Vice Chancellors, please. First Lady in the middle, yes, thank you. Please put your hands together. Tomorrow, we will take the goodwill messages. So please, if you are here for the goodwill messages, we'll take those messages tomorrow. The day is fast spent. You will all agree with me that this has been a beautiful, beautiful opening ceremony. Let's put our hands together for the University of Benin. Once, no, please, you cannot leave yet. We have not taken the anthems. Oh, First Lady is leaving. We thought we should take the anthem. Yes, we started with the anthems. We will conclude with the anthems. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Madam Vice Chancellors. And so we rise to take the ECOWAS Women Anthem, the UniBen Anthem, and the third stanza of the national anthem. The ECOWAS Anthem is on your page 1 of the program. Songs all around the world, women, somebody say side by side, so sing a song, sing a song, so sing a song, sing a song, so sing a song, sing a song, so sing a song, UniBen anthem. People don't sweet the man, you know one stop. UniBen anthem, please. Heart and voice Third stanza national anthem. Amen. Please remain standing. Her Excellency and the Vice Chancellors will leave the arena before us. Remember, tomorrow, 9 a.m., Senate Chamber, University of Benin, day 2 of the conference. We expect all of you there. Thank you once again for coming. There's a key that has been lost but found. Collect it at the point of registration. Thank you.